Hola.
Hello. Good morning. We're going to start with the second day of the URBACT event, URBACT and EDUCI, from the garden to the city.
Hello to everybody that is following us in streaming and all the English speakers that are following us in streaming all around Europe. Conmigo tengo a Esther.
Esther Fontan is with us. She is a member of the City Council of A Coruña, and she's going to welcome you on behalf of her institution. Welcome, Esther. I'd like to say good morning to everyone. I will not say that in English because my English is quite broken. So to me, it is a satisfaction to be able to be here today to talk about something I especially like, which is urban gardens, because I experience that at my work virtually every day, and I think it is a great challenge we have ahead. So it is worth taking a look at that and especially experience that. I think that this event has been quite satisfactory because we are driving forward a new reality, not only through the 2030 agenda or by means of our local agenda, also because of what we have ahead, climate change, changes in our way of living, population changes. These are the challenges we have ahead for the future. So talking about gardens is talking about the future, about sustainability, and about different models of coexistence, production, consumption, quality, proximity. We are really happy to be able to share this event with all of you. And in Galicia it's raining. It is not a novelty, and I know that you had a terrible day yesterday, but apparently the sun wants to give us some happiness today. And this combination we have in Galicia, sun and rain, makes us produce fantastic products, farming products. And this is what we need to highlight in Galicia and all over Spain. Spain is quite rich in the production of foodstuffs. We have a wide geography, so we have a wide array of products to choose. So gardens need to be a meeting point, and I think it's worth it in terms of healthcare, consumption, socially, and I think we have a challenge ahead. Gardens have to be considered from every viewpoint. So I think that URBACT and EDUCI and another project we have in Coruña, a project we will introduce later, makes us look at gardens in a different way. So to me, it is a satisfaction for the past 1 year and a half. We have seen how different generations have found a meeting point in those gardens. So I will not dwell on this much more. I think this is going to be an intense morning. And I think it is fantastic to have this in Coruña, and we feel really honored. A Coruña is going to be the focus for Spain of such an important project. So everyone in Spain starts speaking about the future of gardens and orchards, not just like a model of green infrastructure, but also as a way of life. So without further ado, welcome to this second day. I guess that you have already been welcomed to our city. With or without rain, we are always happy to welcome friends, not foreigners, and we want them to come back again to enjoy our company, especially our products, which are great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Esther. These are important words, the importance of gardens in A Coruña, and we're going to have an intense agenda today. Work-class program, and yesterday somebody was quite angry because we were not talking about gardens. So today we are going to be speaking about gardens, really. Today we have an agenda that is going to be quite international. We're going to have some of the main EU and global institutions. They're going to introduce the work that they are doing within the framework of urban development in terms of foodstuffs, the Milano Pact, and the Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration, the Glasgow Declaration that is connected to the organizers of COP26 in Glasgow. And also, we will have a representative from Barcelona, that is the headquarters of the International Capital of Food in 2021. And we will hear about other local experiences connecting the global with the local. This is one of the main challenges today. So without further ado, well, I'd just like to say that this seminar has been organized between URBACT and EDUCI, and they have an international nature. So this is being translated into English. I'd like to thank the translators for the work they are doing and the work they will be doing for the whole morning. And I'd also like to thank Palesco and also the technicians of Palesco for their support. And I'd like to thank the City Council of A Coruña and all the participants and speakers. And as you might know, I talked about that yesterday, URBACT is a program of knowledge exchange by means of hubs and also the dissemination of knowledge. And we hope this event will help us meet the challenge we have in the cities, sustainable food and sovereignty. The pandemic has brought about many challenges, some challenges that were already experienced in the past, like bringing over asparagus from Peru makes no sense, for example. So just to finish, some healthcare recommendations. As you might know, we have these packs with the gel, the hydrogel, the URBACT face masks, and they have been officially certified by means of a project of women at risk of social exclusion. And we will use the hydrogel during the coffee break. You can smoke outside, even though smoking is not advised, as you might know. And finally, well, this didn't really work yesterday, but if you want to join us remotely, if you want to ask questions,
or you just follow and mention our Twitter account, URBACT, URBACT ES, y nada, pues eso, que simplemente hay que seguir y mencionar también
and please tweet this or use Instagram. Please disseminate the content we're going to discuss here, so it can be disseminated globally. So without further ado, we're going to start with the first discussion panel. Thank you very much, Esther.
Pues para dar comienzo con esta primera.
So we're going to start with the first discussion. Oriol, Cesar, Jorge. Could you please use the earphones? Maybe you can wait here for a minute. And that way we will be able to disinfect the seats. So as I was saying, this first discussion panel will be held partly digitally and partly on-site. As I said, there will be 2 international institutions participating. On the one hand, representing the Milano Pact, and we'll hear about that in a minute, but the Milano Pact is a pact, a covenant that brings together over 200 cities worldwide that are working in the sector of sustainable urban food. And Andrea Maccarini is the coordinator of food policies from the City Council of Milano.
It's a great pleasure to have you here. Finally, we couldn't have you on site, but it's great to have you remotely. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Muchas gracias por la invitación. And I try to share my screen. Okay. So I think that you can see on the screen. It works?
Yeah, it works.
Okay.
Perfect.
So, thank you indeed for this presentation. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, just only in digital. And the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact is a global commitment of mayor and city that are interested in working on the sustainability of their food system through the implementation of innovative and sustainable urban food policies. It was launched in 2015 in Milan during the World Expo by the mayor of Milan, that here you can see in the slide, and is composed by 37 recommended actions that are voluntary actions that the different cities that are signing this pact can choose to implement their local urban food policy. So it's a set of menu of action. All of these 37 recommended actions are clustered in 6 categories that are governance, sustainable diets and nutrition, social and economic equity, food production, food supply and distribution, and food waste. We start, as mentioned, in 2015, and truly 1 year before, with a set of 43 pilot cities that work together to write this 37 recommended action. Then in 2015, we were present in Milan and were present more than 100 of cities, and now here we are. So 250 signatory cities, 5 years of activities. We work also in the different world region with different approaches, and in Europe is the more active one, but we have a region in North America, South America, Africa, Southeast Asia, and Asia Pacific. We met one time per year in different cities, and this year Barcelona, we are very proud to will be in Barcelona next October, and we celebrated 6 World Forum and also a set of regional fora. And the governance body of the steering of the Milan Pact is allowing by 13 cities that are part of a steering committee. And we also collect a lot of practices of food policies from these cities with a powerful tools that is an award that after I will show you much more in detail. As mentioned, Europe is the more active region within the Milan Pact. Here are present more or less the half of all the signatory cities. And also, based on the practices that we collected from these cities, we collected more than 100 cities. We work in different regions with an approach that are willing to regionalize this process, this international agreement with different partners. And in Europe, we work a lot with Eurocities, that, as you know, is an European association of mayors that are working in different fields of action of policy making. And since 2016, we launched a working group dedicated on food policies. We have 3 main goals. So the first is to share knowledge among all of these cities with meeting in person. We meet more or less 2 times per year, and also with webinars. And as you can imagine, in the year of a pandemic, this webinar much more important. We also participate in European calls by establishing joint projects and also to advocacy action towards the European Commission. Since the beginning, the chair of this working group is again in Milan, and since few years also the city of Warsaw in Poland are serving as vice chair of this group. We are a community of cities, but also a community of people. And so the meeting in person are very important to strengthen relation among the different city officers, the different mayors, to work together to take our different goal. And during this global forum, we organize workshop, a political debate, and are very, very important to know each other also in a friendly point of view. In Europe, we met different times, as you can see in the slide, more or less again 2 times per year in a different cities. So in Brussels, Birmingham, Valencia, Amsterdam, Lyon, Ghent, and Montpellier. And when started the pandemic, also unfortunately just in presence, just online. And in different meetings, we have a dedicated topic. We also organize such as a study visit. We met more or less per two days in these cities, and are very important moment to share knowledge among all of us. As already mentioned, we have also this tool that is the Milan Pact Awards, was launched in 2016 by the City of Milan and the Cariplo Foundation, and is an element in which we awarded the more innovative action, but the indirect action, and in my opinion, the much more important is to monitor what the different cities are doing in their food policy. So there are a lot of pact in different field of action, but you can participate in a pact just signing a declaration or to become much more active in this community. And we think that this award allowing us to see and hear with different colors, you can have a perception, a feedback from the city and their activities. We see that they are very active. In all of the year, there are 2 winning cities that also gaining an award, a monetary prize to facilitate the transferability of their practices in another one, and also set us of special mention that allowing us to see in the different category what are the main active cities. Here a snapshot of the participation from European cities. So a lot of practices are coming from governance, sustainable diets and nutrition, and also in food supply and distribution in the 2020, so the year of the pandemic, in which social and economic equity and food supply and distribution are the much more, the action much more promoted by the cities. I mean, food aid system and also short supply chain. Here you can have an overview on the participation from different European countries, and also below all the cities that are participating. The different number are the different practices submitting in a total of the 5 editions. We also organize joint participation to Horizon to European projects, and the Horizon was a good experience that we are participating. We are leading as the City of Milan the Food Trails Horizon project with a consortium that are here on the map. We are not alone because the DG Research of the European Commission launched also finance also other 4 projects that you can see here in the slide, and you have also the contact of all of the other projects. Are active in this system more or less more than 50 European cities, and here you can see also some budget that are allocated. In this slide, I put some report that you can download to go much more in detail on the work of the last 5 years of Milan Pact in European region, and also some contact from the Milan Pact and for the food trails. If there are some cities interested to join the pact, it's very simple. There aren't fee of participation. It's just you need only to send an email to the Milan Pact Secretariat and to sign the pact. I'm here if there are some questions or doubts, please don't hesitate. Thank you again for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea, and also to really rush and adequate on time. Please stay with us, and now we will follow with another very important initiative on food policies that is taking place. Vamos a dar paso a otra iniciativa muy
We're going to give the floor to another very important initiative, which is occurring these months, which is the Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration.
You to Sophie Quest from Nourish, Scotland. Vamos de Milán a Escocia. Hi, Sophie.
Hi, great, thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Okay, so the floor is yours. So thank you very much for being with us today, at least remotely.
Brilliant, thank you so much. I'll just share my screen. Give me 1 second. Okay, I think we're there.
Yeah.
Perfect. So thank you so much for the invitation. And again, I'm sorry not to be with you in Spain in person. My name is Sophie Quist, and I'm from Nourish, Scotland. And I'm here to talk about the Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration and our plans for COP26. The Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration is a collaboration. The Secretariat is run by us at Nourish Scotland, who are, I guess, local to the host country of COP26, the climate negotiations taking place in Glasgow in November. The other organization that's leading on this with us is IPES Food, the International Panel of Experts on Sustainable Food Systems. So the Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration is a collaboration between civil society organizations, UN agencies, and importantly, local and subnational governments and farmers as well. And we're really happy to have welcomed URBACT as a partner and how that has enabled us to connect with many inspiring networks that we're hearing about on this conference, in particular as the aim of the Glasgow Declaration and for COP26 is exactly to show national and international policymakers how cities are leading the way on food sustainability. So why bring food systems and cities to COP26? So COP26 in Glasgow is perhaps the most important climate conference since the Paris Agreement. This is where the NDCs are being renewed. The contributions by national governments need to be driven up so we can meet the 1.5 degree target. And food systems are key to that because food systems globally contribute around 30% of greenhouse gas emissions. So it's vital if we want to not only meet the Paris Agreement, but also meet the 2030 agenda, as someone mentioned earlier, and the Sustainable Development Goals, that we look at food systems because they have a multitude of co-benefits for communities, equality, biodiversity, livelihoods, and health. Yet, in international climate change policy debates, we often fail to consider the interconnected nature of food systems and to involve the plurality of local actors that drive change on the ground. So what the Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration is about is really saying that a participatory whole food systems approach is needed to be at the table at COP26 if we want to deliver effective food and climate policies. And so at the heart of the declaration, we're talking about policy integration, which is critical to achieve this inclusive whole systems approach in climate policy. At the national level, however, we often experience that responsibility for food systems is split into different ministries and policy areas such as agriculture, labor, social security, environment, etc., and that these set their own agendas and goals. And this can lead to policy incoherence or even conflict and miss opportunities to unleash all the benefits of addressing food systems as an interconnected issue. And taking a food systems approach, on the contrary, through integrated food policies, allow us to consider how these different problems of, for example, access to food and growing food and sustainability are interconnected and need to be considered together. And I think especially the COVID pandemic has shown this very clearly, how public health, nature loss from agriculture, food safety, distribution, access to food are all linked. So this is why we're calling for integrated food policies that join up food and climate and other issues. And cities and subnational governments are leading on this, not least because cities such as the ones in the room today are closer to their citizens and able to get diverse stakeholders around the table for inclusive policy making. However, another issue that the Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration is addressing is that there is limited national support for subnational and local food policies. And sometimes national governments or national policies either create barriers or fail to incentivize the local innovations. So we're using COP26 as a unique opportunity to bring not only food systems and the link between food and climate, but also the vital role of local government to the negotiations table. And the key message here is really that international governments need to be as ambitious as local governments in this agenda. So that's at the heart of the Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration. It brings together ambitious local subnational governments to use and develop local and integrated food policies as a key tool to fight the climate emergency. And it calls on national governments to put food and farming at the heart of the global response to the climate emergency, particularly during this next round of climate commitments by member states. So the declaration is deliberately high level. It's very inclusive. It doesn't dictate particular understandings of sustainability. And it's a collaborative effort between URBACT, between ICLE, the Milan Pact, C40, other networks of subnational governments that we have worked with to make sure that the declaration is unique and that it is relevant. So far, we have, I think, 40 plus subnational governments, both cities and small municipalities, but also devolved nations like Scotland, where I'm based, have signed up to the declaration since its launch in December last year. So we launched the declaration 1 year ahead of COP. And on the road to COP over the next, I guess COP is now only 6 months away, so it's coming up. We've just heard that it will likely be in person in Glasgow in November. And on the road to COP, we're trying to gain a broad-based support for the declaration and working towards an event at COP where we can present the declaration and really shine a light on everything that's happening at the local level where cities are working on food sustainability and share these key messages of driving up national government's ambitions. We've applied for spaces both in the public-facing zone and in the more policy-making zone at COP26 together with Glasgow City Council, who's leading on this with us. And ahead of COP, the partnership behind the declaration is advocating for more international forums to make this link between food and climate. I'm really excited that that's going to be a focus at the Global Forum in Barcelona, which I'm sure we'll hear more about in a minute. But we're also trying to make this link at the pre-COP in Milan later this year and in other spaces. To shine a light on what cities are doing, we are also working with the signatories of the Glasgow Declaration to produce best practice case studies, to talk to cities and understand how they make policy integration happen and how they address food and climate together in their policies so that others, not least national governments, can learn from this, but also other cities and other municipalities that are interested. So I'll move on actually to another project that is connected to the Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration that we're planning for COP26, particularly because, as you mentioned earlier, this conference is focused on gardens and on farmers as well, and kind of urban farming in this context. So the Fork to Farm Dialogues is connected to the Glasgow Declaration. It's another project led by NUR Scotland and our international partners, and it aims to build partnerships between local authorities and cities and farmers both in the cities and in the area around it for a just transition to healthy and sustainable food systems. So importantly, this is all about bringing the voices of farmers and cities closer to COP and the international climate negotiations. And the idea of having a global dialogue between farmers and cities at COP is based on the fact that, as very clearly demonstrated by the cities that participate in URBACT, cities and farmers hold great potential for driving sustainable food system transformation locally, which is where change happens. Yet they don't have a seat at the table in food and climate policymaking, and there's often a misperception between urban and rural population, a trust deficit that we hope to overcome. So these dialogues are about having constructive conversations that can build trust between city policymakers and farmers in and around the city and create space for new partnerships and new collaborations for food sustainability. And the hope is that that leads to new relationships but also an exposure for policymakers at COP26 to the diverse narratives and innovation that comes from farmers and cities. So ahead of COP26, where we will have a global dialogue that I hope to invite many of you to, we are organizing with our international partners local dialogues around the world. These have different shapes, but they share a set of principles. One of the most important ones is respect for diversity and not leaving any type of farmer out of the room. The dialogues are diverse and take different shapes, but they all bring together local governments and farmers over a period of time to build sustainable food systems together. And some of the topics that come up are local procurement, especially school meals, local land use, including in the city and space for gardens and space for food growing, as well as the possibilities for local markets where food can be sold. At COP26, we'll host a global farm dialogue where we will invite the Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration signatories who are interested to participate alongside farmers from the local area from around the world. And that will be a day without speeches, but with a genuine and open conversation. And we will also be sharing the learning from these dialogues in an exhibition that brings farmers and cities' voices to COP. So complementing the Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration, the aim of this is not so much to directly influence negotiators at COP, but rather to contribute to this growing social movement of sustainable food system transformation that is being built from the ground up. So I will finish, I think I'm almost at my time, but I'll finish by saying thank you for your time and extending a warm invitation for all of you to join us on the road to COP26. Signing the Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration is very simple. You simply get in touch with us through the website. I've put my email here on the slide, but there's also a form on our website, which is glasgowdeclaration.org, where you can submit your interest. And please do not hesitate to get in contact with me or with my colleagues in the Secretariat if you have any questions or interest in these two projects. So I hope to see many of you in Glasgow in November, hopefully in person, maybe virtually, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophie. And yes, it's really important that you all sign this declaration. And please stay with us. Now we will have this on-site presentations. Voy a dar paso a, bueno, en este formato.
We have this hybrid format today, so I'm going to give the floor to the next three people who are going to come on stage, Oriol, Cesar, and Jorge. Please come on stage. So thank you very much. Oriol, who has come from Barcelona by train. Was it 11 hours? 8 hours, Oriol. And then Cesar and Jorge. So moving on from the global approach and the importance of the Milan Agreement and the Glasgow Declaration, I would invite you to browse it and sign it, if you please. Of course, we may also give you the contact details of the Secretariat. And now we will listen to Oriol Estela, who is the manager of the Barcelona Strategic Metropolitan Plan. Yesterday he told me that it's actually the Barcelona region, which brings together 5 million inhabitants. So through the PEMB, they are organizing everything which is related to the 2021 International Food Capital City, which is Barcelona this year. So we wanted to have the global vision. So thank you very much, Oriol, for being with us. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to come to Galicia, either on foot or by train. Anyway, so the Metropolitan Strategic Plan of Barcelona is a public-private partnership which has been in place since 1998. First, it was focused on Barcelona city, and now we're expanding towards the rest of the metropolitan city, what we call the Greater Barcelona, which was established in 2010 as a local governance entity, which is like an intermediate version between the provincial government and the city government. There are many institutions involved in here, and so our role as the international capital city of sustainable food is an alliance between the Barcelona City Council and the inhabitants, and we have our bureau in Barcelona downtown. We are members of the Milan Agreement. I think there is only another city which is a direct member of the Milan Agreement. So we have the assignment of organizing the International Forum of Mayors, signatories of the Milan Agreement. So after following the steps of the Valencia organization, we are the capital city of sustainable food, which is celebrated on October the 16th, but throughout the year we organize many different events. Beyond that, of course, the most important thing is to host this important representation in 2021, but we also have a long midterm strategy. So first of all, the idea is since 2015, when Barcelona signed the Milan Agreement, our goal is to turn this into a metropolitan project in favor of sustainable food. And, well, Barcelona is perhaps different from other cities because we have quite an important agricultural crops, which is between the airport and the city. We have quite a vast rural area. We have another one in Gaets. We have several green areas in the city of Barcelona and thereabouts. Anyhow, the idea is how to turn this greater Barcelona with 5 million inhabitants into a place for sustainable food. We also have one of the biggest food markets in Europe, Mercabarna. It's a wholesaling food market. And we want to turn it into a productive space which is much, much closer linked to the producers. So the project that we put forward in the past is based on 3 pillars. First of all, fostering a healthy diet. Secondly, fostering sustainable local economies. And fostering close food sources. And of course, fighting the climate emergency. There is a very important link between hosting the representation of the international food capital city. So we also have a very close link to the COP26 in Glasgow. And if possible, we will travel there in order to take part in the COP26. So what are we going to do, or what are we doing currently? We are going to host a global forum of cities in October as part of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact. And we also want to organize or reorient events and activities towards the Urban Food Policy Pact. For instance, this year we have a biennial of food and science, which is also related to the topic. So we have different thematic lines around the topic of sustainable food. We also want to deploy innovative policies and food projects. I'm going to talk about specific projects related to innovative food projects in Barcelona. And we also want to reach partnerships with the different stakeholders along the food chain, and we want to activate a sustainable food policy strategy. And we also intend to establish a so-called Food Council in Barcelona within the framework of the Agenda 2030. So what is the background? In 2016, Barcelona passed its first strategy for fostering a food policy. And this was the first political representation of a food policy and food guidelines in Barcelona. In 2016, we have Mr. Porro, who is responsible, the municipal responsible for food policy and the environment. And this started in 2016. The first strategy went from 2016 to 2019. We also have something called the Food Charter of the Barcelona Metropolitan Region. This food charter is like a translation of a Milan Agreement to our municipality, and it revolves around three axes: raising awareness about the need to change the food model, involving public and private stakeholders, people from academia, the civil society, etc., with the goal of making progress towards food sustainability. The second axis for us is fostering the integration of food policies. So after the following municipal elections, we intend to integrate more policies around the importance of food sustainability. We really want to integrate food sustainability across different departments. And the new part of the strategy is called the Food Charter, which is part of the Barcelona Demà, which means Barcelona tomorrow. It is a part of the future strategic plan for the territory of Barcelona. And this is going to set the basis for the future strategy in the Barcelona area. This was put together with Professor Morales, who studied in Glasgow, by the way, and she's now working at the Barcelona University. This is a handbook on sustainable food for cities. It's the flower you can see on the right, which is in Catalan, but we're going to translate it into Spanish and English. The Barcelona provincial government is also establishing some guidelines for smaller towns about how to implement sustainable food policies. Of course, we are spreading many awareness raising campaigns. Most of them are focusing on the idea of local produce, seasonal produce, which goes even beyond bio food. So before deciding whether this is bio artichoke, for instance, we must invite people to eat artichoke and local produce in general. So we have, invited TV hosts, famous chefs, etc., to take part in the awareness raising campaign. And then we have some interesting events, such as the railway station's menu. So every season, there is a group of chefs and experts who design a menu which is going to be offered in all the railway stations across Barcelona. Obviously, nowadays, this is not fully implemented because of the restrictions, but some restaurants are already implementing the good menu. There is also another fair, which is called Bioculture, which is also celebrated here in A Coruña. It is like a bioculture market. The municipality has invested 21 million euros in order to promote social economy cooperative actions related to food. And then we have a big project, which is the biomarket, which is going to take place in Mercabarna, the wholesaler market, that is going to promote the sale of bio products and local products. These are some other projects that you can browse. For instance, Alimenta, which was activated as a result of the pandemic. And it's like an alternative to the traditional food banks, but integrating local producers. Usually, as we know, food banks are not particularly focused on bio diets, but we have introduced this new variable in food banks in order to promote a healthy diet for the users of food banks. Hopefully in the future this is not going to be so necessary, but nowadays it is. And we also have, in Barcelona, we still have a community garden, and there is a vineyard. There are people who are actually making wine in Barcelona city. I have actually tried Barcelona wine, so it's fun. It's a vineyard cooperative inside the city of Barcelona. So this is very interesting, and it has to be protected. So from October 19th to the 21st is going to be the 7th Global Forum of Cities in the Milan Pact, close to the COP26, the COP26, and we're going to set the basis for the Glasgow Declaration, so as to align cities with the goals of sustainable food, food equity, etc. You can browse all of our projects on the website. We're also going to celebrate the Sustainable Food Week, and you can find information about that on the website www.alimentacionsostenible.barcelona/yes. So let's hope that everything will work out normally. Thanks. This is a regional or the metropolitan vision, which is actually one of the key topics also in A Coruña and in the greater Coruña. So we also wanted to have this vision, to share this vision with all of you. And I'm going to give floor to the next speaker, who's going to also discuss a metropolitan vision from another city. But I would like to thank the Valencia International Center of Sustainable Food, who couldn't come in the end. He couldn't travel, but he will be following us online. So also congrats to Valencia, because you were also the International Capital City of Food. And I know that the PEMB is also very active on social media, so you're also sharing there. I'll give the floor now to César Longo, who is the mayor of Paderne and vice president of the Mariñas Coruñesas e Terras do Mandeo Biosphere Reserve, and then to Jorge Blanco, who is a manager of the same Biosphere Reserve. We thought it was very interesting to share with all of you the vision from the region of A Coruña. We have been talking about two big cities, Glasgow and Barcelona, but how do you actually tackle all these issues in a rural area, in the surroundings of A Coruña? So we want to know your vision from the point of view of a biosphere reserve. So I'll give the floor to Jorge and César.
Pues, muchas gracias a URBACT.
Thank you very much, URBACT, and I'd like to thank the City Council for inviting us to participate in this event. And, well, this title really rings a bell, from the garden to the city, because this is where we come from. We work with the farmers, with the cattle raisers, people that have been working in rural development for many years. We are a group of local action, just like around 200 more in Spain. And we were concerned with cabbage, with onion and tomatoes. And now the cities have taken this step, and they are taking care of their land, and they are making the most of this wealth. So this is a great opportunity for rural areas. Very often they have not made the most of all the process of agricultural processing. So I'm going to tell you where we come from, how we work, and I'm going to tell you about our food plan that started in 2014. And I'm going to speak about all the actions we've been developing with the environmentalist groups, with farmers, integrating innovations and local varieties that were missing. We have been fighting to help people who want to join the farming activities, working with fast growth plantations. And we were working also with hydrology. So I'm going to be quite brief, but this is the food plan that covers all the activities we were doing in the past. As I said, we come from the orchards, from the rural areas. This is the city of A Coruña, and around A Coruña there are 17 city councils that are working jointly. Some of them are bigger, that are around the city, around 30,000, 20,000 inhabitants. As we get more farther away, we have more rural city councils with more farming and cattle raising activities. The population grows older, so this is the population dynamics in at least in Europe. And we have two hydrographical basins, and there were many links between city councils. We were working together. The 17 councils were working already together with small projects. And this is something we like to show. This is what we have been doing for the past 70 years. We discuss the land with different stakeholders. We are a non-profit organization, and 17 councils work together. And we integrate the vision of all the stakeholders. We have 127 entities, environmentalists, groups with their projects and demands. We try to accompany them. We have a live project to improve the management of our natural spaces and to improve the riparian forest, the forest around our rivers, which are the main pollution sources in the farming areas. If we have a strong forest, we will have less environmental issues. So those waters go to the rear, and they get to the reservoir, the drinking water we drink in A Coruña. And Cesar will speak about the recovery of the local varieties. We've been upgrading. We have entities, social entities, disabled people with whom we work to improve the services they provide. And we work with accessible tourism, for example. And we also have representatives from the forestry sector. The model we want for the land and the implications this will have in the future, the drinking water we will take with the reloading of the aquifers in different climate change scenarios. So this is the balance of forces, the business sector, municipalities with the interests of the residents, also the agricultural producers sit there. They were the drivers of this food plant. And we discussed many issues in these events, and we look for solutions. And yesterday we talked about the EU funds, which allow us to carry out this projects, these multi-agent projects that integrate networking. So this is a very fruitful discussion panel. Many ideas come out of there, which we later implement. And UNESCO has recognized this project. We are part of a network of biosphere reserves, and we use the same language. We'd like to show that sustainable development is possible and to meet the demands of the people without compromising the natural spaces. We don't want to harm the bugs or the plants. And so we'd like to go forward, and we work with a very big international network, and that is how we position ourselves. And we share these challenges with different networks, the network of biosphere reserves that are in islands or coastal areas just like ours, and so we can work these issues because we are in this network. And this gives us some quality, the fact we were selected by UNESCO as a pilot territory to innovate, to learn, to integrate this knowledge, and also to make mistakes, allows us to experience these things and also to give prestige to what we do, our products and services. And so this is the food plant. These are some pictures to show you this protected natural space. This is the water used to take a shower this morning, to drink, to make your meals. So many things happened here. There are population halves, the farming sector, the cattle raising sector. We have motorways here. So we need to face this. We used to have a live project about the water management. When the framework directive on water just started, so we have a live project to eliminate invasive exotic species. And this connects us with the city. This is the water we drink with the municipal enterprise of water of A Coruña. We have an educational project at schools, so children may know that the water you drink from the tap comes from the rural areas. And if there are issues, this is where we have to tackle them. We have an important milestones. This is the Way of St. James. We also have a ria, a estuary. This is the ria of Betanzos. And many things happened here. There is a marina. There is fruit production, shellfish gathering, rafts with production that can be exploited touristically. And this is the traditional area that supplies food to the city. Wenceslao Fernandez Flores in the Living Forest talked about the women that brought the milk from the rural areas to A Coruña. And 15 years ago, we were willing to recover that, so the rural areas become trendy again. And many people could not find jobs in the cities, so they wanted to go back to the rural areas. And we tried to facilitate that with training, access to land, and identifying the most valuable areas from an agricultural viewpoint. And, well, you know that food is innovation. So if you connect this with gastronomy, you get a different dimension. 2014, we were carrying out these actions with trial and error, and we decided to speak to the research centers, to the producers and the city councils, the cities, and we said, well, why don't we use this to work in the rural areas, to bring people over here to improve the economy of those areas and to protect the landscape. And we implement economic activities, and we recover the traditional seeds that are best fit for our environment, and we try to sell in this proximity market. So these are the main 5 action lines. Why don't we work in a local food system? focused on our proximity market, which is the city of A Coruña. And we have a population of almost 200,000 in the Biosphere Reserve, and we got to work. And we've been working for 13 years, and we've been working around 6-7 years in the food plan. We have accomplished many things, but there's a long way to go. And this connection between the rural and the urban, we hope it will be a milestone. We would like to work from the rural areas, but I think that the city has also to be a driver. The product labels, well, we are going to try and differentiate our products. These farmers have a special sensibility. They're using local varieties, so we decided to set up a brand, and we've been working with that for 3 years, and we want consumers to link this to the territory, the land where their grandparents used to live. And where they live, they need to be identified with the territory, the healthy food we feed our grandparents and our children with. And this is a very powerful tool to fight climate change. In our actions as responsible consumers, we need to interiorize all this, and that is how we fight climate change and we strengthen the landscape. And this is what we have. This is Betanzos, a protected natural space, the Mandir River, and this is a production of a local variety we are recovering, and this is a city, a town that needs this food. We have 30 companies that have this label. You can see that on the website, and we are transferring this to the restaurants. Biosphere restaurants, they make the commitment to consume local products, to manage their waste, to have the goal of zero waste and a low carbon. So we are working with these establishments. We are also working with A Coruña, with the restaurants in A Coruña. Last year we had an event on proximity food consumption, and we talked about the wine from the area. And we always say we have to work with a short circuit, and this bio canteen project helped us with that. How can we connect schools that have their own canteen and they can make decisions about the products they make? It is not catering exactly, but the parents and associations and the schools decide the menu. So that is how we connected the schools with the producers. We started in 2015 with a pilot experience, and we gave organic proximity products to children for 1 day. And the logistics were more complicated than the cost of the products, actually. So from 2015 till to date, we made a lot of progress, new producers. We have an association of producers now. And now we're working with schools from the City Council of A Coruña. 15 schools, around 2,000 children are eating proximity products. It's a very complex project in Canarias and Catalonia and Pamplona are carrying out similar projects, and this is what we are doing. We have allies in the city now, people who are working at schools. So there is a long way to go. We have a project with the Carazo Foundation that works with local food systems. We have a project to drive these projects forward, and we'd like to keep on working together with the City Council of A Coruña, of course. These are our contact details. You can take a look at that on the website, and thank you very much for allowing me to tell you about this.
Buenos días.
Good morning. And, well, after listening to the manager, I don't have much left to say because we are going to speak about the same thing about the Biosphere Reserve. The manager has focused on the Association of Marinas Betanzos specifically, and this is where the Biosphere Reserve stems from. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers. I'd like to thank John and URBACT, and also the City Council of A Coruña. Thank you for giving us the chance to be here, and I feel really moved because I was born in this beautiful city. So it's always nice to be in the place where you were born. And it is true that, well, I've been living in Paderne for many, many years. So I am more from Paderne, and I feel really honored because I am the mayor of that place. I've been living there for longer than in A Coruña. So I'm going to change the agenda of what I was going to say because Jorge has talked about that. And the Biosphere Reserve was recognized in Paris some years ago. We felt honored for that, and we had to face a new challenge. We didn't know where this could take us, and I was quite skeptical, even though I had the privilege to be in Paris that day. Actually, I fell in love with the idea later on, after many other projects. I have experienced that this can be an innovative way to manage the land. In the first place, our reserve, the reserve of Marinas Coruñesas and Terras de Mandeo, was born in a different way. It was born bottom up, not like many other projects. The autonomous community, the state, that is where some projects are born, and then they impose this criteria on the rest, and sometimes people don't feel these projects belong to themselves, and they're not fond of those ideas. In this case, it was quite the opposite. The residents' associations had to be explained that this was not a pure conservationist measure. It is not a Natura network. It is not a national park. It is so people have to live in a decent way, preserving the environment to make it sustainable, to pass it over to our children. But you have to be happy. You have to be able to feed your children and to have a decent and good life. So we had to explain the residents' associations that they could still grow eucalypts, and we had to preserve the environment from the point of view of waste management. And this is what they used to do in the past. They stopped doing that, and now we ask them to recycle again. The rural areas have always recycled because they had to make the most of what they had. They would not throw away a bottle because they had to make wine. The solid waste was used as manure for the lands. So now we have to pass legislation so they carry out these activities all over again. And this takes me to the logo we have here, from the garden to the city. After listening to different speakers, I began to think about the title, because at first I was thinking about the rural areas around A Coruña. And how they produced this food to supply the city. But then I saw that you were speaking about urban orchards and urban gardens, and this led me to think that this city used to have within its territory that it has 37.5 kilometers, just like Paderne. Only the population here is 200,000, and in Paderne it's around 2,000. So producing here to be able to feed the people in this territory that is totally occupied by urban structures, because we used to have many valleys here like Agrela and Benz, Nostian, and they supplied food to the city of A Coruña. And now this has to be done by the surrounding areas of A Coruña. And many lands have been abandoned, and there are good municipal initiatives to set up these urban gardens that are going to meet some of the food needs. But it is absolutely necessary to have production in this surrounding area. As Jorge said, some councils have a population of 30,000, and some others have a population of 2,000, and the population is dropping. And so we need to enliven this territory once again and these villages. And the figure of the biosphere reserved is being highlighted today. There's a story about what happened in the cities and also in the big towns. There was an election campaign around 1983, 1987. When we were talking to the residents to be voted by them, there was another candidate, and I'm not going to criticize this candidate. And this candidate said, if I am in power, I'm going to make a cultural center, a sports center, a playground, and everything. And one of the neighbors said, well, he said that in Galician, but I'm going to translate that into Spanish. Well, just 1 minute. Could you leave some room to be able to grow some potatoes? And this is what was done in the cities. Everything was occupied. They didn't leave any space to grow potatoes, and now we are trying to recover that. Cesar, if you will, would you like to say some final words? Because we're going to have a discussion panel, some Q&A. Well, you are the chairperson, so that's it. So I think that was a good sentence to end your intervention. Where are we going to grow potatoes? And so this is something we recovered.
Está la indicación geográfica de Betanzos, pero que nos...
This is something we recovered, wine, with the geographical designation of Betanzos in the city, in the Council of Paderne. This García de los Almores spoke about this wine, the legitimate white wine, and this has served us to recover the territory. And this is an old variety from the Roman times. And this has allowed us to recover everything that was abandoned. The Mandeo sites, and this is going to be like a Ribeira Sacra around the Mandeo River and the area of Betanzos. And I'd like to say that because I think wine is food. It is not a drug. And if you drink that in excess, it will harm you. Also, spinax. And this has been an achievement of our association, and I'm going to stop here because I'm a big talker. Thank you very much, Cesar, and a round of applause, please. So I hope we will be able to connect with Andrea and Sophie on the screen. So do you have any questions for the speakers? Hello, my name is Gemma, and I am working on a project in university, and this event is going to be an example to about networking, about working on local products. So I have two questions, one for Oriol and another question for Cesar and Jorge. For Oriol, the question is about the channeling of local products so they can get to all the citizens in the city, not only in the markets, but also the people that buy locally at the grocery store of their neighborhoods. So one of the solutions is, as Oriol said, the Mercabarna example, to have a distributor in Mercabarna so these local products can be distributed in general to the city. It should not only be restricted to one market. So my question is, how are you doing that in Barcelona? Because, for example, it could be a problem to do that in Coruña. How can you get a position in that market? How did you organize that logistically? And another question to Cesar and Jorge. This brand of Biosphere Reserve could have this seal to differentiate themselves so the consumers from Coruña might know they come from there, they are local products, etc. Yes, you can have that seal, but to get that brand, every producer has to meet some requirements. So if you comply with that, any producer can use the sticker for the products they supply. Actually, we already have cheese and wine and tea that carry that label. And I forgot to say that. And I must say that in Paderne, we have produced the first bio-continental tea in Europe in our council. And in the past, we used to have only coffee with herbs. Yes, this connection of local producers with the city should be quite clear, but it's not so clear. The chairman of the Federation of Agricultural Co-ops from El Vallès told us that they didn't have any channels to bring their products over to the cities. So biomarkets are indispensable. The connection with the players that have a say in the food sector to be able to make the most of their distribution channels, and that was the case in Mercabarna, but we also had to look for other tools. So we are working on something that we call Center of Food Exchange of Proximity. This is a project we began to design 3 years ago, working on the strategic plan with different stakeholders. And now the Agricultural Trade Union has taken on that project together with the council and Mercabarna because, well, we would like to set up a network around the city, and one of these hubs will be in Mercabarna. So we are doing that in cooperation with Mercabarna, so you can contact us to get some more details. And there are some people who are specifically working on this project. I cannot tell you about the specificities, but this is a specific tool to reach the municipal markets and also to reach the other grocery stores in the area.
To Andrea and Sophie, I don't know if you're hearing me. Perdonad, les voy a preguntar sobre la conexión tanto.
I'm going to ask them about the connection of the Glasgow Declaration and the Milan Pact with the rural areas. This is the area in which food is produced mainly.
In the Milan Pact and the Glasgow Declaration is connecting with the rural areas, the small villages that are mainly the producers of food. How is, if is there any linkage on that, and how you are working with them? Sophie, or yeah.
I can go first. So the Glasgow Declaration, and I probably didn't get around this in my presentation, but the Glasgow Declaration is inclusive of all kinds of municipalities and local governments. So we say city, but I think it's really shorthand for local authorities and subnational governments. So I think it's quite important to get rural municipalities, rural local governments on board so that their voice is heard as part of the message that is sent with the Glasgow Food and Climate Declaration to COP26. The other way that we are connecting with this issue is through the Fork to Farm dialogue project that I mentioned, which really aims to bring to the fore the voices of people living in more rural area and the importance of connecting with cities in the vicinity, as other speakers have mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And yeah, in line with what Sofia saying, in the Milan Pact, there are a lot of cities that are working on the rural-urban linkages, and there are also few elements within the action, recommended action, that are working to connect rural and urban areas. And there are a lot of experiences in European cities that are working more or less in exploiting the rural development plan. So more in detail, the Measure 16 allowing municipalities to establish their local food system is named cooperation, and finance directly the relation among local farmers with urban spaces. And we aren't alone in our territories, so there are a lot of experiences, and some of the experiences are already coming from URBACT experiences. I have in my mind the experiences of Ljubljana that are working a lot on bee and rural development plan, and they well plan their connection with their local farmers. We in Milan are doing a lot of experiences with agricultural districts that organize more than 200 of farmers, and some of the experience that also I heard from a previous intervention are already in line with this experience. I think that the potentiality of this kind of international processes like the Milan Pact, the Glasgow, and all the very good experiences that you will show in Barcelona in next October are very in line with all the action that the different cities are doing in the connection with their local farmers.
Okay, thank you, Andrea and Sophie. Tenemos tiempo para una última.
Do we have time for a final question? Yes. Hi, my name is Beatriz Ferreira. I am the principal of a municipal school in A Coruña. This is not a question. It is actually a thought. I think that local policies, true policies to support these initiatives are necessary. I collaborate with the Biosphere Reserve and with Jorge, with that group of cooks and children and teachers, and I think it is super important to have the support of the administration. I love the Milan Pact. I love the fact that there are cities that position themselves and they say, yes, I am interested in these projects for the children, for the citizens, for the project itself, the cities and the countries around us. But I think that we are quite alone I think that these are voluntary initiatives. I am a teacher, but I hope this will bring about a revolution because my city has organized this event, so I'm really happy about that. And this is just something I wanted to mention. Thank you very much, Bea, and I think it is a good ending for this discussion panel. Thank you, all. Thank you, Cesar. Thank you, Jorge.
Hope that we can meet physically in Milan, Glasgow, or maybe Barcelona if they invite us, and we can go there also. And yeah, thank you very much, and we'll keep in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bueno, pues.
So we're going to continue with the next panel. I'm going to leave. And now we're going to focus on URBACT. So after this long trajectory that started yesterday from the reflection, from the strategic reflection related to the sustainable urban development, EDUSI, and different examples from A Coruña. Today, we're going to listen to the next panel. Now, from the global vision related to sustainable food policies, as they say in English, we're going to focus the whole discussion on the whole trajectory. We're going to listen to Ourense, a Galician city who were pioneers in URBACT and pioneers in fostering sustainable food policies. But first, I would like to greet Claudio Bordi. I don't know if Claudio is online. Otherwise, we will keep on chatting until we get the streaming going. So today, in this panel, we're going to listen to representatives from 4 networks belonging to URBACT and related to sustainable food. So all of them belong to URBACT, but there are more of them. Actually, after the coffee break, there's going to be a presentation by the Knowledge Hub, Food for Thought. So this is a knowledge hub compiling the results, the deliverables from all these networks. So we will be listening to other realities and other examples. But first, we want to focus on 4 or 5 networks. Mollet del Vallès also takes part twice because they belong to 2 networks. RURBA, A Coruña is also in the same network. RURBA, we have also Rome, the lead city, and also from Mollet del Vallès, people have taken part in the whole trajectory related to diet for a green planet. Then we have food corridors from Coimbra, who are also going to take the floor from Portugal. And finally, Ourense, representing a pioneering experience related to sustainable food. In the absence of connection to Rome, we will give the floor first to Albert and Ushio. So we just, change the agenda, but we will keep on connecting. Albert is going to take the floor first.
Aquí, sí. El PowerPoint lo puedes... No sé si lo tienen que...
Albert. Hi, Ushio. If you wish, you can take the floor. Sit here. And then Alberto. So today we have, on my left, Albert Garcia from the municipality of Mollet. They're always very active. I hadn't seen him for a long time. Actually, This is my first trip from the start of the pandemic. My first trip outside Mollet from the very first beginning of the pandemic. So thanks to all my collaborators. Thanks to you for inviting me, Sonia, and also congratulations to all the colleagues from A Coruña City Council for putting together such a fantastic event. And I have decided I intend to return to A Coruña, but later, so that I have more time. I'm going to talk about a city with 52,000 inhabitants called Mollet del Vallès, 15 kilometers away from Barcelona city. We say that we have two souls, 50% urban and 50% rural. We are a city with two souls and a single food strategy. The rural territory belongs to a protected natural area called GAIEX. We're a humble city, but step by step we have been putting together some work, and we have received the European Green Leaf that we got in 2015 and 2016. My presentation is structured into two main milestones. The first one in 2006, when we decided to protect this territory. It was declared as a non-urban ground, and this is thanks to the citizens of Mollet del Vallès. And we decided that this had to be a grassroots movement. So we are protecting our producers, and at the same time, we implement an agricultural, biological model with the purpose of getting rid of urban speculators. And we move from feeding animals to nourishing people. And we start protecting and providing financial support our farmers and producers. The managers say the best protection is not just to have the legal protection for the territory. The best protection is that the local inhabitants can make a living. So Gemma always says, this is the motto. We need to recover local varieties, and we establish the brand bio products from Vallet. And what we did is also to create a new profile of city. We have been hearing about Milan, Rome, Barcelona, huge cities, but it's difficult to have your own identity if you are very close to Barcelona. But I think that we have managed to keep our identity. We belong to the greater Barcelona, but we are different. We are a green town. 50% of the town is actually a protected natural space. I was born in Mollet del Vallès, but I had never been to this green area because this was the result of expropriating a particular plot of land that was close to Barcelona. Decades ago, the purpose was to build blocks of flats there, but the people demonstrated against it because they wanted to keep it green. However, after the expropriation, it was like a blank space, and people would use it as a garbage tip. There were lots of problems there with drugs, etc. So now we have managed to make it a protected natural area. Now it's a huge park, and it's also an agricultural land. In 2006, we decided to start our biofarming plan. It's interesting to say that this plan is not imposed. Farmers have to make an application to turn their crops into biocrops. And nowadays, 50% of our farmers are qualified as biofarmers at their request. So we have made some public investments, we have a biomarket, we have a bio workshop, and now we are going through a second period in order to allow most of the farmers to be part of the sustainable biofarming. But we didn't want to turn it into an imposition. We didn't want it to be a duty. We just invited them to produce ecologically, thanks to a system of grants, etc. But back in 2006, it was not so clear that people would want to do biofarming of their own free will. The years passed. I belonged to the Department of Culture, so I was sent to the International European Projects Bureau. I said yes, I accepted the offer. So one day I was browsing the web, and I discovered that there is something called URBACT. And on your website, URBACT, I read that there were some Swedish guys who did very well with biocanteens. And in 2012, I read that they had a food policy. And I told the mayor, they say in Sweden they have a bio food policy. And they were very surprised. This was something that was greatly surprising back in time. So in my last slide, I'm going to refer to the question that one of the members of the audience said. The Glasgow Declaration is wonderful, etc. But in Sweden, this was not voluntary, it was mandatory. And the Department of Food was in charge of public procurement of bio-food for schools, etc. So this was the case in Sweden. You know, Sweden is a different country, so you know that in Sweden, food is free for children from birth to high school. This is a basic human right in Sweden, and they can afford it. They also have this concept, which is diet for a green planet, which means that they are fostering seasonal produce, local produce, etc. And this is something that was not understood a decade ago in Spain, and nowadays people are accepting it. So the mayor told me, okay, fly to Sweden and find out how they do it. So because it sounded like quite extraordinary to us. So I flew to Sweden and I discovered that this was true. They explained to us how they coordinate the canteens, etc. And I recall that somebody from Castellón was talking about the reluctance to change. And she said that there needs to be a coordination between the different departments in the municipality. When I returned from Sweden, I told them we need to change the system of canteens. We need to act in line with the Diet for a Green Planet project, etc. So at first, it was difficult to convince my colleagues in Barcelona to do this. But anyhow, we changed the public procurement model. Somebody was talking about public procurement, and actually I'm very critical about the public procurement model in the city of Barcelona. And I have seen that the cities that are doing best are those cities that are capable of managing their cities their canteens directly. So, well, this is a very difficult issue in Spain. But I actually believe that in the case of the diet, it's very important to have a very well-organized procurement system. So in Barcelona, we have a public procurement system in which we must make it mandatory for companies to comply with particular guidelines. So we have, for instance, in Barcelona, a scoring system. So we give priority to seasonal products, to local products, etc. So these require a lot of discussions with the parents, with the teachers' associations, with those who were pro-bio, with those who were against bio-food, etc. And we established a new public procurement model. But basically, well, it's not very easy to explain, but before going to Sweden, basically we had these contracts and we gave 90 points in total. And it is true that in the past, 80 points were given in case the minimum price for canteen food was guaranteed. 20 years ago was normal, and nowadays it's the other way around. We give 80 points for top quality and only 10 points for a reduced price. Besides, we have a local food policy guideline. I'm sure that there are other municipalities in Spain who also have this food policy guideline, but we have a very simple document with some guidelines that is nothing compared to the Milan Pact, of course, but it's a very simple set of guidelines that provides guidance for canteens and suppliers. So we coordinated the work with policymakers in the city of Mollet, etc., so as to have some very clear food policy guidelines for all. And this was passed, as in Sweden, it was passed by consensus. It seems that consensus is a priority in Sweden, but in Spain this is not the case. But however, we managed to pass the set of guidelines by consensus. Well, maybe I'm talking too fast, but we did Agri-Urban, which is an integrated action plan. John, you were talking about common problems, shared solutions. This is exactly about that. In this case, there are 11 cities which belong to Agri-Urban, and for a period of 3 years, we share best practices. For instance, if there is a food hub here, we disseminate the practice, etc. So I have to talk about Baena, another city in Spain, the lead city. I think Antonio is here. Okay, well, congrats to Baena. They did it very well, and they have shown that they can lead an URBACT network. Baena has 19,000 inhabitants, and Baena has really done a great job sharing knowledge about the Agri-Urban guidelines. And now this is the second milestone, the second disruptive action in Mollet. Is an integrated action plan on food and health. So, thanks to this integrated action plan, we have achieved the following. We had, on the one hand, the producers, on the other hand, distribution. But in 2016, we managed to integrate health in the food chain, because we understand that health is a goal of the food chain. In Catalonia, the health system is quite rigid and it's not very easy to collaborate with them, but we were lucky. And health centers and the city hospital were traveling with me to Wales, to Belgium, and we learned what they did in Wales and Belgium. So they had nutritionists working at health centers, etc. So we needed to involve all of these health professionals to our action plan. So we had to sit together with nutritionists, with health experts, etc., and unify our criteria. So we realized that we have made a very good food production space, but it didn't have much impact on the city apart from the farmers market in the weekend, etc. So it seems that school canteens were eating better. However, the obesity index was still growing in Catalonia. Of course, you cannot weigh school children at school, but it seems that in general the obesity index remained the same. So for 2 years we had to hold meetings with the URBACT guidelines, etc. And we imagined the Mollet of the future, a city where producers have to sit together with experts and communicate, and the city must be empowered to make decisions related to food so as to have a better life. So we got a set of 18 guidelines. I can share those guidelines with you, but I cannot read them all because sometimes it's too complicated. We have like the city brand, the promotion of healthy eating habits, environment, events, etc. So this slide, which does not look very clear, but it just shows that we have done many things. We started in 2019, then COVID came up, but a month ago we received a grant, or a prize rather, by the EU Health Award. The 5th and 6th graders have to dedicate one of the subjects to the promotion of healthy eating habits. So school children went to the farmers market, they went to hospital, and they learned a lot about that. We had many online resources from the Barcelona metropolitan city, and children made a lot of contributions to this strategy. Actually, school children also organized like elections at school, and in the end they go to the town hall and they sit down with politicians and they make contributions to the policymakers. We also have a food charter. We belong to the food charter of the Barcelona metropolitan region. We have adhered to the food charter described by Uriol, which is a very good piece of news. And it's very important to coordinate our activities with the Greater Barcelona Food Charter. So it's very, very good news. Then you have some bio-eggs produced in Mollet. So we have not just been focusing on raising awareness, we are also fostering the women producers and women farmers. So there are families that are investing in different types of bioproducts. We're also going to start making pasta. And the families are going to invest in the production of biopasta. Then there is a QR code. So if you scan that, you will discover a fantastic world. It's a compilation of videos about the work that we do together with community gardens, together with different projects such as replanting oranges and making bio-orange marmalade, etc. And just the last minute, one last minute to say, one last slide with the lessons learned from 2006 to 2021. So what have we learned? If we want to fight the mainstream food system that sells junk food, we need to make a strong commitment that is maintained through time. We need to reach political consensus for that purpose. We need to work from bottom to top. And of course, to the members of the audience, no matter if you are politicians or if you are technicians or if you're just viewers, etc., let's make a long-term commitment. It is not just a passing fashion. We need to invest in sustainable food for people. We must be proactive. I think there is sufficient knowledge out there that we can tap on. And either in Barcelona or in A Coruña, we should have a department of food. I have been working in the field for 10 years, so maybe we can even organize a master's degree as university in order to promote this kind of bio lifestyle. In France, they have a master's degree about that, so I can send you the contact details. So this is what we should do from the city councils. So if you want to go for it, if you want to take a step forward, you should do it. So also the younger generations are the most important. We need to change the eating habits of kids and teenagers in order to promote the transformation. So those of us who are watching us from home, do not lose hope. The only advantage that we have is that we are members of URBACT, but there are cities across the world which are doing a great job. So you don't always require tons of money to work. You can do simple things. You can start from scratch. So if you scan that QR code, you will see that there are motivated people who believe in the importance of food and health. If you have the right commitment, you can actually do very nice things, and not all of them have to be supported by a huge investment. So thank you very much, and apologies for speaking too long. I think we now have Claudio and Jorge. So I think we're going to give the floor now to Claudio from Rome.
Buongiorno. Mi hubiera gustado estar ahí junto a...
I wish I could be together with my partners from the City Council of A Coruña and the other partners, but it is a shame.
Jorge Brito from la região de Coimbra. Benvido y obrigado. We shall
Welcome and thank you.
then with Jorge. Así que, so go ahead,
Okay.
Claudio.
Okay, thank you. So, I'm showing you a video that is the result product of a urban project. It reflects the efforts of each partner in the process of transferring the process in the field of urban agriculture as a tool of urban resilience. These cities are Coruña, of course, Loures, Caen, Vilnius, Thessaloniki, Krakow, and Rome. So please, if you can start the video.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Urban is a project that deals with what happens in real life in European cities and towns in relation to urban agriculture. The project hopes to strengthen the potential of active citizenship to grow in quality and quantity, starting from Rome, awarded the URBACT Good Practice label for its participatory urban gardening project, with a strong organizational ability in its urban gardens, born spontaneously from a bottom-up process. How can one build and manage urban gardens? Are they just about gardening in public or private plots? Or are they creating something else that one could call real community hubs? Urban has contributed to raising capacity building, great awareness and participation of more than 100 enthusiastic stakeholders in all partner cities. Gardenizers represent a fundamental social link between citizens, gardeners, and institutions. During the project lifetime, 85 gardenizers were vocationally trained following a very interesting and interactive methodology. Proposals for regulations to be discussed with and approved by local institutions in the 6 partner cities. All regulations were adapted following the model of Rome. The lead partner city also worked to improve its own regulation. Local institutions and citizens have worked together in urban local groups, thus giving the opportunity to strengthen the relationship between the city and its people, growing change and finding solutions. Study visits have been the key to learn on the field from urban gardens in the different cities, and especially to meet the protagonists. Cities met in transnational meetings with other local institutions and citizens, sharing achievements, challenges, experiences, tools, and teamwork. Urban gardens are an opportunity to share resources, skills, and space for different needs.
To polecam, naprawdę warto, daje to dużą radość i satysfakcję.
Este projeto permite consolidar aqui uma série de relações na comunidade muito importantes para que ela seja mais justa, mais integrada e prevenindo a exclusão.
Que ela é bastante útil, é satisfatório, é benéfico.
Biologia, ecologia, saúde.
Et le troisième enjeu fort, c'est justement celui de la concertation et de la proximité entre les politiques publiques qui sont menées par les institutions et les parties prenantes du territoire, les habitants notamment, acteurs associatifs, acteurs économiques. Et nous souhaitons bien évidemment poursuivre cette expérience-là et l'enrichir à travers de nouveaux échanges avec des partenaires européens. Et c'est pour ça que nous étions particulièrement intéressés et motivés pour rejoindre l'expérience Urban.
For the city of Thessaloniki, Kipos was a lesson towards this direction, on how the power of neighborhoods, the power of citizens could be used in order to bring again life the residual non-site.
Χαρεί βλέποντας μια τέτοια προσπάθεια και θα σταματήσει πάντα να ρωτήσει πώς έγινε. Υπάρχει δυνατότητα να γίνει και στη γειτονιά μου ένας κήπος γειτονιάς για να καλλιεργώ.
It's a fashion, but it's not a fashion for me because, you know, like me working in the law office, I have a lot of stress daily.
En la ciudad, en A Coruña, también vemos dentro de 2 años normalizado la situación de todos los colegios de educación infantil y primaria con su propio huerto.
Soy de Coruña y trabajamos en ECOS con huertos urbanos e integración social, y para mí pues participar en el programa Urban ha permitido visibilizar las potencialidades de la huerta urbana como espacio de integración social.
Poi mi porta a casa anche una buona dose di orgoglio e un po' una piccola iniezione di fiducia, perché ho visto che le tante riunioni partecipate e un po' sofferte a Roma per la stesura della prima bozza del regolamento degli orti urbani che facemmo con tante altre realtà romane ha dato un suo frutto reale, tangibile, e che adesso orgogliosamente posso pensare che quel lavoro non è stato inutile, perché a Cracovia potranno utilizzare parte del nostro lavoro e dei nostri sforzi.
I hope seriously that since it is an international project that it will grow. It'll grow in numbers and it'll grow in quality, because that is, I think, where we need to, you know, de-cementify cities. And if any, I'm not saying knock down buildings, but where there are empty plots, let's not build more. Let's try and build green stuff, you know, whether it's just public parks or these local little communities where you grow vegetables and food for your own consumption. Or, as we have seen, there are several people who have gardens and orti which are multi-purpose, where they have activities for children, where they have activities for disabled people, where they have activities for immigrants, where they have activities for just the people of the neighborhood. And those sort of things, if we can increase that number of in different cities and maybe increase the number of cities taking part in that, that would be, I think, a good achievement.
And now, what is the sequel of Urban project? It is not only a European phenomena, urban agriculture, but it is a global phenomena, as you can see. Because, you know, the situation in Rome is the departure of this process, of course, because of its specificities, because it is half of its territory is urban agriculture, and its agricultural landscape is immersed in a network of archaeological sites, monuments, villas, farmhouses, and green areas are about 67% of its entire territory. So you can see that Rome is not only heritage, historical and cultural heritage, but is green areas. And what's happening now is that many cities are understanding the multi-purpose mission of urban agriculture, as you have seen in the video of all cities involved. It means urban regeneration, it means self-consumption for citizens, it means resilience, mental health for needy people, security, educational mission, because it is also environmental education, and the social, of course, inclusion of migrants, in intergenerational dialogue. So this is a picture made by our colleagues from Thessaloniki, that it's really effective. And the effects of this project is that we are involved in a Horizon 2020 project that is the project is a European Forum for Urban Agriculture, and it is aimed to influence the new policies of the European Union and to include urban agriculture within the common agriculture policies. Another effect of our urban project is that we are involved with Milan, as talked before, in the Fusilli project that is focused on food policies. And one of the results we have had already in Rome is that recently the city council has approved its first food plan. And another effect is that as we speak here, the video you have seen is shown in the pavilion of Rome at the International Horticulture Expo in the Yanzhou region in China. This is the, I don't know if you know this exposition that is in progress until October 2021. And this is the pavilion where the video is shown, the video you have seen. And another fact is that we are transferring the good practices of urban project in Peru. There was a delegation from the mayors of the Junín district in Peru to visit Rome and to be involved in urban project. They are implemented urban agriculture following the model of the urban project. Another fact is also under IUC program, bilateral cooperation between Rome and Barranquilla, and they are implementing plots at the moment in Barranquilla as a result of also of the COVID crisis, because urban agriculture can impact not only on urban regeneration, social cohesion, but also on healthy food. We have learned also this very well. And we know that there is a fantastic increase of requests of plots by citizens everywhere in the world. In Rome, it has increased more than 100%. It is amazing, as COVID crisis has really pushed the citizen to react, not only for self-consumption of food because of the poverty that has increased, unfortunately, but also the need to connect with nature. So I think that the time has ended, maybe.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is this is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Grazie mille. Now we will leave the floor to Jorge Brito, that is, it's the manager of the Região de Coimbra in Portugal. Jorge, if you're ready. I don't know.
Jorge should be ready.
Okay.
A second.
Well, Jorge. The audience is listening. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Hello, everyone. I don't know if I should speak in English or if I can try my portuñol, but es mejor tú hablar en inglés, me parece.
Sí, I think sí es mejor que fales en inglés.
Yeah, I think you'd better speak in English.
The invitation that to the Coimbra region, and for us it's a great pleasure to share our experience with you and to learn with all of you. We are a region of 19 municipalities in the center of Portugal, right in the middle of Porto and Lisbon. And we have a particular condition because we have big cities in big city in lots of rural areas and low density areas. We have some municipalities that are the worst in terms of indicators of demography, in terms of abandon of agriculture. So this project and all this sharing knowledge that we are learning in URBACT, for us it's a key point to try to engage the next years in terms of public policies. So can I ask you to put my presentation, please?
Yeah, I think that you can share the screen.
Yeah, can I share it?
Yeah.
Okay, let me share. Okay, so the food corridors project, it's a project that we are right now starting the second phase. I am a little bit shy to share my knowledge with all of you because for all the things that I saw here, we are doing some baby steps right now, and some of you are really very ahead of us. We are in the beginning. I am saying that it's beginning because this COVID time is doing some mess in our planning, so we are right now a little bit behind. But this is not our first URBACT project. We are big fans of the URBACT methodology, and we share our knowledge in lots of projects. And this food corridor project it's carried under the URBACT 3 program, and it's very connected with all the food strategies in the European Union, and mainly in the farm to fork project, and in another project that I will share in the end, that is the European Regions of Gastronomy that we are part of. So this food corridor project, it's a project that is carried by the lead partner, that is us, the Coimbra region, the intermunicipality community. Like I said, 19 municipalities, and all the other partners that we are very proud to have on board, like Alba Iulia, Union de Comune de Bassa Romagna, Crunch in Slovenia, Larissa in Greece, Svenj in Hungary, and Tartu in Estonia. The main objective of this project is to promote a sustainable food production and distribution system based on the effectiveness and permanent connection between the rural and the urban areas. All of these partners have one condition, that it's similar, that we have, like I said, big cities, and then we have small, medium cities, and we have a big rural areas that are around all the cities, and we want to promote the connection between all these two territories, and try to create this engagement, always reinforcement the short supply chain, working with very closely with the leader approach, and empowering the territorial food system. So the Food Corridors Initiative, it wants to explore the opportunities between the rural and urban relationship, always guarantee the access to fresh and healthy food for the entire population. Like the one of the people that spoke before me, it's not easy. It's not always easy to try to engage all these policies that we are working here, and the public procurement process. For us, we have another project that we are working in terms of circular economy, because it's really hard sometimes with our national laws to try to put and try to engage all this source of supply chain in terms of public procurement. And I think this should be one of the goals that in the future we should all think about it. We really wanted also to promote the short production and consumption channels, reduce the food waste. We are working with some platforms that, like one platform that is right now a big hit in Portugal, that is the Too Good To Go, that wants to promote the food waste, to reduce the food waste. Introduction policies of public purchase in terms of ecological sustainable foods, like with food brands. Right now, at this same moment, we have another seminar that we are managing, that is in terms of food brands, and how can food brands could empower the ecological sustainable food, and also carry an educational public health system around the healthy sustainable diets, and encourage the creation of employment, and particularly in small and social enterprises. So this is our 6 key messages of this project. Like the first is development, the role, in trying to engage the role of the food corridors in the development of the medium-sized cities, to create and manage models in the food production system, to connect the rural and urban connection mainly between the food production system, to be potential food creation in the food production sector. In this part, we have some experiences like creating shepherd schools and to have projects around some types of products like cheese or wine. And we are having some good experiences and some bad experiences, because it's easy in some sectors to create new jobs like in wineries or something, but in the project of the school shepherds, it's being very hard to attract young people to this sector. So this should be something that we should think about it. In the fifth key messages is to sustainable food systems, to connect the production and consumption, and last, the promotion of local products as brand creators and sense of belonging. So how can brands give more value to the products? This is our sub-themes. I'm gonna cross it to very, very rapidly. So we want to connect all this project with our cultural identity and the territorial food brands. Our region has some of the food brands that in Portugal are more recognized in terms of cheese, wines, in terms of our rice, for instance. So we want to create value and to create and to engage in recovery some of our cultural identity, to create and to put the food policies in the top of the political priorities, to engage the short food supply chain, to create or to revisit the governance models, to give resources, environmental resources, and one of the key issues at the moment, that is the circular economy and the design waste, to keep materials in use, etc. So this is our target groups. First, people involved in the direct management of the project, our partners, our ULG members, etc. Second, the local audience for each partner city, the potential stakeholders linked with the food corridor theme, dimensions, and challenge will also be considered. Let me highlight this point, because the COVID time, it was a time where we saw that there are more people interested in this theme. So we are in our webinars, in our reunions, we have more people that are very interested in this subject. And third, other cities in Europe facing the same problems, to do some cross sharing experiences. Fourth, other parties, networks, and forums interested in this topic, including the European Commission and including other networks. And fifth, the general public. So the work so far, we are right now doing lots of transnational meetings, sharing our experiences. All this project was created in the pre-COVID time, so right now we are facing some adaptation times to this new way of doing things, doing some bilateral meetings, and trying to do the first and the steps about the urban local groups, the WILJAS meetings. What lies ahead? So what are the next steps? We have a big plan of thematic webinars, of digital, and we hope some not so digital study visits to learn, to share, to doing some small scale actions in all these territories. We are doing in Coimbra some pop-up stores connecting to another project that I will talk in the end, and to create the integration action plans. like I said, for us, this project is connected to another project. Right now, we are working it. It is the European Regions of Gastronomy. Coimbra and Slovenia are the European Regions of Gastronomy in 2021 and 2022. And so for us, these food policies are very connected to all these other projects like this of European Regions of Gastronomy and others in circular economy that we are really connected in circular economy in public procurement. So I don't know if I can ask you to share, or can I share the video?
Yes,
okay.
Go ahead.
It starts by being drawn in the numerous mountain springs, which then cross the fields and cities, extending to the sea and gathering on the way the best they have to offer. Descending towards the plain, the itinerary we propose to the world is filled with the best our nature and culture has to offer. It has chansfana, it has suckling pig, it has lamprey, eels and slaps. But it also has honey, medronho and nuts. And let's not forget the wines, full of personality. It goes by Coimbra, enjoyed by the multicultural university and adorned by the new generations of chefs. It also reveals its conventual desserts, very rich in eggs and secrets, whispered by the walls of the secular monasteries and convents. And it is also claimed by those who sit around them on ordinary or festival days, often accompanied by the tuned voices of the song. And one learns to say, saudade. Finally, arriving at the sea, countless fish and seafood jump to the table or to the tile where they are savored, preferably with rice harvested in the banks of the river or with potato picked from the fertile land. But it is important to know how to evolve. This motto applies to the gastronomy, heritage, and institutions that, without losing their identity, do not have to remain indifferent to the new challenges and demands. And for this reason, this region has been able to keep up with the trends and knows how to reinvent each dish. It is this journey through flavors that we invite Europe and the rest of the world to do. In this region that goes from the highest mountain of Portugal to the Atlantic Ocean, crossing numerous fields and vineyards. A great cultural and natural heritage that deserves to be shared with a pinch of its own affection. Coimbra, European Region of Gastronomy, a million food stories to share with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just for finishing, so this is the project that we want to we are right now connecting with these food corridors. Let me say one last thing. For us, during this whole project, we are always working, connecting with the universities and all the incubators that we have. Some incubators in the region connected to the agro system, and for us, this is the big challenge to also to do this transferring of technology or methods to the universities, to the farming, and all to this new way that we want to do things. So thank you for the invitation, and thank you all.
Thank you, Jorge. Thank you, Jorge and Claudio. Please stay with us for the round of questions and so on. That I think that we can do it in Spanish or Portuñol, okay? Y bueno, ahora pasamos.
So we are moving on from a recently created network, although their experience in URBACT, it is something quite usual. People who are in urban usually repeat. So we're going to move on to another network and to a different experience. which was a pioneering experience relating sustainable food and URBACT. So I'll give the floor to Shio Noboneira, the coordinator of the URBACT local group, and Alberto González, who is the organizer of the Ourense Fresh Market. So if you please can stick to the time allotted so that we can have some discussion, that would be great. Thank you, John. Thanks for the invitation. Bon dia for the Portuguese and the Catalan, because it's the same word. Bona mattina for Claudio and for the whole Italian team. It's actually a reason to be happy to be able to take part in this final event of URBACT in A Coruña, because I was so honored to be the participant of the first network, RURBAN, and now URBACT. I come from Lugo, but I'm not an expert in food. However, for European project consultants, when we learn about these strategies, it's just like having a school kid, and then they go to high school, and then you see the kid go into college, just like the project that we have been talking about. So URBACT, which is about sustainable food and urban communities, is one of the pioneering projects talking about bringing together urban policy networks together with local food policies. It was established in Ourense. It began in 2011. And this was flourishing time. So I tend to speak very quickly, but I'm sorry, because people who come from cultural management, we usually speak very fast. But we began in 2011. There was a coalition government in Ourense. We started working with Mr. Somoza. And just imagine how the project managed to bring together the whole city. There were three different governments passing on the baton, as if to say, during a period of 3 years. The lead partners were Brussels, Oslo, Gothenburg, Messina, Athens, Romania, and the lead expert was François Gibou, one of the great consultants from UNESCO, from Brussels, and half French. I suppose you all know Ourense. Ourense is a medium-sized city in Galicia, in the center of Galicia. To me, Galicia is the heart of the world. We are celebrating this year the centennial of the NOS generation of writers. You know that Galicia is different. We have different sized cities. The biggest cities are Vigo and A Coruña, and then we have inner cities, which are Santiago, Lugo, and Ourense. They are smaller, but they have rural areas inside the city. In Ourense, there are like 12 green areas inside the urban limits. And one of the results of this project is the great friendship I made with the manager of the fresh market. This great friend was actually leading the project, Come Ourense. So from the beginning, from the inception, you have heard about the local action groups, which are like grassroots community organizations, similar to the Terras do Mandeo local group. So thanks to my partner, so actually I have been so lucky to go to Paderne and visit the project they have over there in Paderne, and it's a great job they're making over there. So we had different members. We were very keen on being very transparent, and we had representatives from the whole political spectrum. So apart from that, we were working with environmentalist groups, with neighbors associations, because many neighbors associations were self-managing community gardens, and we also worked with local technicians and politicians. So we were very keen on transparency. This is the local action plan, which was passed by the whole political umbrella. And so we can boast about this local action plan. What can I say about Ourense? François Gibout used to say that in Galicia and also in Ourense, we are quite perfect cities with regard to food sovereignty and the so-called 0-kilometer source. And we can boast about that. So we just wanted to organize and manage the best practices that we already had. I went to Molle del Valle so as to learn about the innovative public procurement process that they have in order to procure local produce for school canteens. In Ourense, the canteens are organized by the PTA, so sometimes it's quite hard to liaise with them. But in the process, we learned a few lessons. I think your brand is called Products de Gallecs, which in Galician means Galician people, which is funny. But in Ourense, we had autonomous community gardens. At first, we had 102 urban gardens in the city of Ourense. But after the pandemic, only 75 urban gardens are operative. But in the past, we had over 100. We also have a school garden, which has received an award for best practices from the UNESCO. We also have the so-called Abastos market, which is a fresh produce market. This is an asset of cultural interest in Galicia. In Ourense, we have the Holy Christ, the Roman Bridge, and the thermal springs of Burgas. And we also have a beautiful market that is currently being refurbished. So we wanted to basically bring local produce to distribute among the citizens. In Ourense, there is something called Riancho, which is a project that invites local farmers to fetch the products literally from their plots, and they can sell them directly to consumers. We launched several awareness raising campaigns about the importance of consuming proximity food. And we also organize trade shows and many different activities and events that are going to be described by Alberto, because the Fresh Market is the final result of the Come Ourense project, which integrated all of the methodology from URBACT and also the best practices from food sustainability of UNESCO, with the purpose of promoting social integration too. So I'll give the floor to Alberto. Thank you. Of course, not everything that you said is absolutely true about me, but it's true that I have taken part in this project. So I was invited to share the project with all of you. And for instance, we have made a list of objectives. You can see ticks for those that have been accomplished and also some crosses for those which didn't. The so-called Caixa de Hortas is one of the achievements of the plan. The results are very good and new initiatives are being integrated. The Come Ourense program is not active right now. However, is the only document that we have about food safety and food sustainability in Ourense. And in the document Come Ourense, we have achieved several results. Even though it is not fully operative right now, the people are still active. So we have the involvement of all the stakeholders in the creation of the program, and of course they are passing on the philosophy of the program to any actions that they tackle. So many of the things that derive from the Come Ourense project are still active in the deliverables, as if to say. The local projects fair is no longer active. The local food unit is half operative right now. We are working together with nutritionists and experts. We invite school children to come to the market and learn about the products, the ingredients, and how to cook them. Then we have the Ourense Taste Award, which is an ongoing award that is currently being launched. And then the Come Ourense Lunch is also operative. We have stands at the international fairs. And then the Come Ourense Forum was not maintained during the pandemic. However, the technicians, the people involved are still working and following the same Come Ourense philosophy. This is one of the greatest achievements that we got, the community gardens. They're still active. There are currently 73 operating gardens, and the concessions are renewed every couple of years. In June, they're going to make a new call for proposals. And we also have the so-called educational gardens. These are very related to our project. So what they have done is to open school gardens. There are 527 school children involved in these school gardens. And then we have an intergenerational garden. This is the result of a cooperation with the company Inditex. So they have a kindergarten, they have a garden, and they have an elderly people's activity center. So they are all working together in the garden. So this is so interesting that one of the few things that remain operative nowadays is this intergenerational garden. So they still want to improve the infrastructures in the gardens. You can see tweets about it. And it's also true that many people have been involved in the creation of the project. And regardless of the political colors, people are still very much involved in the progress of the project. There are some also complementary activities, such as, for instance, the courses. This is one of the gardens that we have for school children. It's an educational garden. You can see that there is a list of courses given to children so that they learn how to grow food. And, well, this is the first example about the fresh market. The Abastos market is very important. I want our farmers to make money. I want our sellers to also sell fresh products. So we coordinate all of the actions. We are very much interested in this project. This month, May, also the following months, are like the high season in the fresh produce market. So we are very much interested in watching the project making progress. At the same time, we also want to sell the surplus products in the market. The market is being refurbished, the traditional market is being refurbished, but the plantio garden is still not being refurbished. So it is still possible to achieve many of the goals of the project, Come Ourense. The technicians are still involved in the project and trying to carry it along, and at the same time, their infrastructures are being improved. I'm going to describe now a little bit about the part that I have done and what I have learned from the project. I have tried to integrate all those lessons into my daily work. For instance, one of the things that we are doing in the fresh markets is to organize the Spanish Association of Traditional Fresh Markets. For instance, we launched a campaign during the pandemic in order to thank farmers, because those people remained working during the pandemic. This is what we call the Boqueria Market Manifest. It was signed in Barcelona as a first step towards a Spanish Association of Traditional Markets. And we state in this manifest that our goal is to defend the social function of markets as promoters of a healthy lifestyle. There was a lot of discussion around this manifest, and there are many signatories. But as you can see from that project, many deliverables have been achieved. We tried to make an URBACT project with Portugal, which did not come true. However, we always try to apply the lessons learned from previous projects to new actions and events. And then finally, we have some pictures of the Rianxo area and the Abastos market surroundings. So local farmers come to the market, they pay a symbolic fee, and they sell their surplus products from their crops. This is one of the projects that we are trying to continue giving life to. This is the current appearance of the market from yesterday. You see that there is a refurbishment going on right now, and this is another picture where you can see people selling in their stalls the produce from their gardens. So this is very interesting, financially speaking, but we need to still implement the last part of the project, which is allowing the surplus to return to the market. This is going to differentiate the quality of fresh products, which is very much different from hypermarket chains. This is the initial project that we had for refurbishing the market. The Rianxo area, which is the stalls area, was meant to disappear, but we have managed to keep it open so that local farmers can still sell their products there. So after a period of 6 years, we have noticed that people is actually what matters the most. Ushio said that what he got from the whole project is friendships, but it's not just friendships, it's projects and actions towards a sustainable type of urban farming. So this is exactly what I wanted to convey to you. This is what I have learned from working in the project. Thank you.
Y ahora también, si nos ponen en pantalla Jorge y a...
Jorge and Claudio, if you connect your screens, and we can open the floor to a Q&A. I can see somebody with their hand up. Albert, and Ushio had never met actually, but they are great ambassadors of URBACT, and it's a great pleasure to listen to both of you. Hello, my name is Cecilia. I'm the Councillor of the Environment from Seseña, Toledo. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and expertise with all of us. I would like to make the most of your kindness and ask you, are there regulations or laws so as to implement urban gardens? And secondly, are you coordinating those urban gardens with the fresh markets so as to help us and guide us in our progress? Regulations, I think in Rome you have been working with regulations. Did you understand the question? Are there regulations? Yes. The regulations is the hardest part. Right now, we are in the process of working with the partner cities. So, passing a set of regulations for the management of urban gardens takes a long time. So, it's not just it takes a long time for the town council to pass those regulations. However, we are working on it, and we are following the Rome model. So I can send you the regulation for urban gardens in Rome model, which is a model currently followed by all the partner cities. Yes, later on we will be listening to the A Coruña people, and they will explain how it works in A Coruña. But well, let me just say, just like Claudio has mentioned, in Rome, it's probably in English. In A Coruña, you can read it directly in Galician or Spanish. But for instance, with regard to school canteens, they have best practice from Europe. With regard to Ourense, I'm not an expert in regulations, but I know that with regard to urban gardens, there is something called Caixa de Hortas, which is a mechanism they have. Not a legal mechanism, it's just a private mechanism for individuals to assign plots of land to each other. And this is how it works in Ourense. So the municipal regulation of public plots in Ourense is already in force. There is a regulation which regulates the use of the plots, and some of them are classified as bioplots, so that you cannot use chemical substances as fertilizers, etc. On behalf of Ourense, it's true, there's two types of plots. One of them are private assignments to individual users, but maybe you're not interested in that. There is a second type, which is municipal soil that is assigned, and it goes through a process of administrative concession for a period of 2 years in Ourense. I don't know if this has already been approved, but I will try and get the document, the regulation, and I can send it to you. Because, you know, sometimes technicians find it hard to understand if they cannot read the specific regulation. And well, this has to do with the Spanish regulation, which is, well, the kind of regulatory framework that we have. However, I think there's no problem. I think I can actually get them to send a copy to you. Your urban garden approach has the purpose of producing and selling at the market. Our case is different. We have 200 gardens, and they are for individual purposes. I mean, it's an autonomous type of production and consumption. And we're going to organize a green incubator so as to allow people to learn the profession of farming. So we assign to them a hectare or a couple of hectares, and for a year or two, they can try farming and see whether they can make a living on farming. So of course, I have no problem. I'm sure you can actually learn about that approach. I'm the president of the so-called leiras, plots of land or allotments here in A Coruña. So my question was about self-management and also related to the regulations. In A Coruña, we have an internal regime, and we were trying to put together a management model that has to be approved by the town council, because it's about applying the Roman regulation to the Coruña situation. We have another problem. We have a two-year concession with an extension of 1 year, but in Rome you have concessions between 6 and 12 years. I think the trouble in Coruña is that we have had plots with very poor soil, and now they're starting to thrive. So it's very hard to regulate for just a couple of years. In A Coruña, actually, we do not have a management plan that has been approved by consensus. So how do we go about solving that? It's a difficult question, right? Who should answer? I don't know. Okay. The philosophy. Talking from the point of view of URBACT 3, I think that the great thing about URBACT is having a contact point and having 3 million euros as funds that can be provided to the municipal department in charge of managing the whole thing. So sometimes this takes time. So URBACT is about exchanging best European practices and transferring knowledge and resources and knowledge, basically. So this is, I think, the final event of the URBACT project. So the European funding for the project is finished, is completed, but everything else remains. So in Ourense, things are still operative, as we have heard. So I think it's time for Rome, A Coruña, Vilna to keep on cooperating and working together and to work towards harmonization of the concession periods. In order to establish an organic plot, you need around 7 years of time. So if the concession period is 1 or 2 years, it's not enough, clearly. Usually, the concessions for the use of public areas has a minimum period of time, and then an optimal period of time, which could be 7 years, as in Rome, or even sine die, which is basically unlimited period of time. I don't know if you want to answer, or if there is time for one last question. And then we will wrap it up. Good afternoon. My name is Nuria Alonso from the Entre Tantos Foundation, and I'm part of the technical secretariat of the Network of Cities for Ecology. I would just like to congratulate you on the event, which is very interesting, but I would like to make the most of this time so as to share the knowledge from our network, and to invite you to take part in this network of cities. We have big cities like Madrid, Valladolid, also Barcelona, Valencia, Zaragoza, and also smaller municipalities. You can also join as a local action group. There's a very big variety of cities and towns. And I have been listening to the different questions around here. And I wanted to share with you the findings from our working groups. We have working groups on public procurement, on urban development, etc. And the goal of our network is to open a space for dialogue and to be very down to earth, to focus on practical matters that sometimes technicians do not care so much about, or which is hard for technicians to put into practice. So we want to open the door towards exchanging creativity actions and innovative ideas that have come from different shared spaces. The goal is not just to reinforce the food strategies at local level, but also to scale up and to act upon supranational entities and to work as a communication channel. So I just wanted to share with you this possibility, the possibility of this network. There are many cities which are clearly fostering sustainable food policy. So I just want to share this network with you and the possible benefits which it could provide to other stakeholders. Because, well, most of us are actually encountering the same obstacles. So I think it's a good idea to share knowledge and to learn about public procurement, logistics, counseling, etc. So thank you very much. I think it's a good idea. Great. It's a very good idea. Thank you. Given that Jorge has not taken the floor, I would like to ask him a direct question, and this is going to wrap up the panel. Jorge, why? I mean, Albert and you have been talking about it, but what is the most interesting part for you from URBACT, and how could we continue developing these policies in Coimbra? We are big fans of the project and the URBACT methodology. This is not our first participation in URBACT networks. I think it's our third project in URBACT. So it's basic to guarantee access and to share experiences. Everything that we are doing right here today is to share knowledge, to learn from each other's experiences, from other towns, from other town councils, the things that went well, the things that didn't go so well. Learning from mistakes is very important too. It is necessary, I think, and the European Commission has already said so, that we should scale up URBACT. It is very important to have a program such as URBACT that will allow well-designed projects to be implemented or replicated in other projects. So it is possible for us to replicate some of these projects in other actions. So it's very important to have well-functioning projects for small and medium-sized cities. In Portugal, for instance, we have such a pact. It's important to be able to implement those projects And it is very useful to have operating and functioning networks. It's sometimes difficult to keep networks alive. At the same time, maintaining a network during COVID times is even harder, but it's something that we have to do. Thank you very much, Jorge. Thank you, Claudio, Ushio, Albert. Sincerely, I think we have also shown how URBACT can bring together the idea of common problems, shared solutions, and the idea that although the European funding is over, we should maintain and continue along the way. This is something that we tend to repeat. The European project is not just with the purpose of spending funds, it's also with the purpose of continuity. URBACT is very much targeted at the creation of networks, the establishment of relationships. So this is very important, the generation of urban culture, and there is a need for continuity. So now URBACT 3 is completed, URBACT 4 is going on, so I would like to invite you to continue working, and thank you very much for being great ambassadors. Apologies because the panel has been a bit too long, but well, it was difficult. Because we have an all-male panel, so it was hard to find a lady to take part in the panel. So I'm going to give you 5 more minutes for the coffee break, but please do not be delayed like yesterday. It's just 5 extra minutes. Thank you.
Bueno, hola. Buenas, bueno, vamos a... ¿Me la oís?
Hello. We are late again. We are running a 15-minute delay again. Maybe it's because we are not so used to this type of events now. And I think that we have Marceline on the screen.
Not join us.
Buenas. Bueno, vamos a...
Hello.
That's okay.
Sorry, I was on the YouTube link in parallel.
Okay, don't worry. So we will begin with this second block of this from Farm to City URBACT event on food policies, and it's a great pleasure to introduce you. Es un gran placer introduciros, presentaros, perdón.
It's a great pleasure to introduce you to Marceline Bonneau.
You can introduce yourself or your name later. Ella es experta del programa.
She's an expert on the URBACT program, Resilience Solutions, this consultancy, and now she's going to introduce the Knowledge Hub on sustainable urban food that URBACT has created, and it is at the disposal of all the councils. She will talk about that better than me, but this covers all the learnings, tools, and results of all the networks we've introduced today and some others that are connected to sustainable urban food and food sovereignty in cities. As I was saying, URBACT has, and this was said previously, we have the people and we have the tools now. So from the National URBACT point, we encourage you to visit these apps and the website to access this knowledge, and I'm sure this will be quite useful. So Marceline
just presented you and say some words on the URBACT Knowledge Hub on food. So the floor is yours, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you very much for inviting me, for giving me the opportunity to be with you today. I do feel I'm part of your conference, as I've been watching it from the YouTube link for the live stream, and it's quite impressive the way you have managed to organize it. So thank you very much. Well done. And I've also already heard many inspiring and detailed cases from URBACT network cities and also from your international partners. So it's I hope you've all had a very inspiring morning. It's been inspiring for me. It's been very visual as well. I will try and continue on this line. As John presented me, I'm indeed a URBACT program expert, and I'm responsible for overseeing all that is going on in relation to sustainable food systems in the URBACT networks and cities. So we have indeed compiled all this information, and I will try and share with you an overview of all that is happening amongst URBACT networks and cities, hopefully providing you additional insights. And I will try and not repeat what's been said this morning. You will see that some cases are a bit similar, but not exactly. And hopefully it will inspire you to go further into the details of these cases as well. So let me now share with you my PowerPoint, and I hope you can see it. Yeah, it seems to be working. So it's the URBACT network, the URBACT program, sorry, has already supported 7 networks, which are organizing activities in relation to sustainable food systems and urban agriculture. So this morning you have already talked about a few of them, so I will just list them for you. I won't repeat all the information. You've talked about Diet for a Green Planet, sustainable food in urban communities, urban food corridors, and I'm sorry, I think agri-urban was missing, sorry. So Diet for a Green Planet, agri-urban, sustainable food in urban communities, urban food corridors. There are two other networks which you haven't talked about yet. So there is the BPATH network, which is a network which shares the practice of Ljubljana of raising awareness about bees and bees' importance in cities from the viewpoint of biodiversity protection, of local economy, touristic development, as well as social cohesion and insertion. And a network led by Moinsartou in France, BioCanteens, which is transferring a practice of 100% organic school canteens, which has been made possible via the reduction of food waste, enabling saving some costs, working on public procurement, raising the awareness of pupils and teachers about food, as well as kitchen staff. All this knowledge from all these networks has really provided a wealth of information about what cities can do in order to develop more sustainable food ecosystems. They can focus on policy framework, so developing policy, food policies, food councils, working on public procurement, focusing on the integrated approach of the food systems, the fight against climate change. You talked about COP26 this morning, biodiversity protection, social cohesion, local economy, health. The focus on food production with food sovereignty, supporting local production, local producers, developing some tools such as urban planning to ensure that local production is possible. Focusing on the distribution and the retail sector via improvement, the creation of markets, cooperatives, the catering sector, working with canteens and public kitchens. Some networks are focused on territoriality while seeking to improve the supply chain, valorizing local products. Others are focused on the private sector with a strong focus on tourism, gastronomy, support to innovation, entrepreneurship. Circular economy has been addressed mostly via composting and food waste. Food justice, you've talked about it also this morning, about the work on access to food and access to quality food, food solidarity, health, and also the development of jobs and skills related to these. Some networks have also focused a bit more on consumers and transition towards more sustainable consumption practices with reduced meat consumption, increasing of vegetable proteins, the engagement of communities, raising awareness and education of children as well as adults, as well as specific target groups. And last but not least, some networks have focused on research and capitalization while promoting their own initiatives, as you're doing today, as well as working with some universities to develop also specific trainings for example, for food policy and food officers in city administrations. Just to share with you a few additional insights as to what's been developed. You've shared already a lot this morning. I won't go into as many details, but this is just to give you a glimpse of other inspiration. In Pays de Condreuse in Belgium, the partners who've been part of Agri-Urban and Diet for a Green Planet have developed, have implemented the first farm in which candidates, entrepreneurs can come and test their agricultural project. So they can test their practices, they can test their selling practices, they can also get some entrepreneurial support, and all this in a strong relation to strong collaboration with some local training schools and professional reinsertion NGOs. In Amarante, in Spain, member of the BPATH network, they have focused on the development of a touristic path related to bees and honey production with a specific selling point, with the promotion of local product, all this while working together with different stakeholders, including with the beekeepers. In Krakow, which is a member of Urban, you've talked a lot about community gardens. Here another example. They've installed the gardens in schools with the idea to open them up to the wider community. And the idea is that these gardens are both an end and a mean for teaching. In Torres Vedras, in Portugal, a member of the Biocantis network, they have focused on public procurement while strengthening sustainable criteria to increase the share of locally produced food, as well as seeking to work with smaller companies and to get more organic products. Food corridors, Alba Iulia in Romania for food corridors, they have focused on urban-rural linkages for citizens to access to better quality and really envisaging the system as a whole. Last but not least, the Brussels region has developed a sustainable food strategies, which is a direct outcome of the Sustainable Food in Urban Communities Network. The strategy was launched in 2016. It was finished last year. Now there is a co-creation process to create a new version. And the idea was really to bring together all stakeholders to co-create a vision, to prioritize themes and actions, and to identify clear targets, measurable targets, to ensure that this strategy is adequately monitored, both in terms of direct outcomes and in terms of processes, governance. All this information and lots more you can find on the URBACT Food Knowledge Hub. So that's the work we've done for already quite some time now. We worked on it, and now we've compiled all the information in a single page. Concretely, you go to the urbact.eu/food website, and you'll find all the information that I've presented today, but also some that has been presented this morning, and much more. The way you access it, so you access to the link I gave you, and then you have 7 categories. You can enter practices related to strategic policymaking, to production, jobs and skills, transformation, distribution, community engagement, as well as solidarity. I'm sorry, there's a slide missing. It disappeared. So whenever you enter each of these pages, you have a list of cases. You can see just a list of interesting cases, practices. It can be what I've just presented, the Good Food Strategy. It can be the Krakow community gardens. It can be the Amarante bee path. And then you click on the link and you'll get analytical information about those. When you get to this information, you have an overview, which we hope will be inspiring for you, but you will also get contact details of the person that you can contact to get further information. So the idea is that we have centralized the information of these cases in a single place while providing you the opportunity to contact directly relevant stakeholders. On this page, you also have more information, further readings. So you have some information from networks, all the deliverables of the networks, which can be some specific tools which have been developed, which can be some more technical report they have produced. And you can also find all information, all the articles we have written on this topic, more analytical and transversal articles related to food systems. You also have information on ongoing events on food, for example, on the COP26 and the Glasgow Food Declaration. So I thank you very much for your attention. If we have a bit of time, I remain available for a few more precisions. I hope this will, the platform will interest you. We are also always eager for feedback. And also, if you are not on the Knowledge Food Hub at the moment and you want to be part of it and we skipped it for whatever reason, do not hesitate to contact me and to ask to be put on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marceline. Thank you very much. I think that for the questions, you should switch off your mic and turn on the streaming so you can hear the direct translations from the YouTube streaming, and that's okay. Bueno, pues ahora tenéis.
Okay, so now we have some time for Q&A. You can ask questions for Marceline. You can ask in Spanish because she will be listening to the English translation. Okay, no questions.
Ask you. Bueno, voy a preguntárselo mejor en así me entiendo.
Well, I'm going to ask in English, rather. I mean, in Spanish. Have you got any feedback from cities that have used or are using this knowledge hub? And, well, we are getting to know it, but, well, we know how useful it is. But, so are there any cities that are starting to use this hub, the documents? And I have another question. And I think it is even more important. How is the relationship of URBACT, this knowledge hub, and this initiative you coordinated in connection with the COP26 and the Glasgow Declaration?
Questions. Sorry, I'm on too many channels. No. So with regard to the first part, we have just launched the Knowledge Hub, so we don't have a lot of feedback yet, except for the cities which have been included in it and which are happy to be promoted. So that's why I've started presenting the Knowledge Hub for a month now. I mean, we started promoting it at really the end of March. So that's why I'm eager to have feedback. So anybody who's using it and who has suggestions to improve it as well, is more than welcome. We are also going to work on the layout for your information. Regarding the second part, that's a very fair point. So URBACT is really a strong partner of this Glasgow Food Declaration. And many cities which have signed and joined the process really wanted for the experience to be shared more widely. And they wanted to sign the declaration by showing what can be done, actually what has already been done. So a few cities have signed the declaration because they want to commit themselves to really developing local food ecosystems, which will enable the fight against climate change. And others have already started doing it. So these are in direct contact with the Secretariat of the Glasgow Food Declaration to ensure that their cases will be put forward. More concretely, at the level of the program, we are also sharing our database of good practices. Concretely, we have a database of good practices, but we also have this database of food insights practices that we have used, for example, for developing the Food Knowledge Hub. So we're in close contact now with Nourish Scotland and IPES Food to see how they're going to put forward their case studies, which is the work they're going to do soon. So there is ongoing collaboration, basically, the same as before. If you want to be put forward as a good, as an interesting case study, let me know. Otherwise, and I'm going to be your contact in this. Otherwise, I might pick someone else than you, but hopefully it's going to be extremely useful as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Marceline. Just a quick reminder on the other knowledge hubs that URBACT has just launched. Tenemos, además de este...
In addition to this knowledge hub on sustainable urban food, there is another initiative that I mentioned yesterday about the right to housing. This is a joint initiative between the UIA program and URBACT. And another one about responsible public procurement. We have talked about the problems with contracts. And so URBACT has some work about that. And I encourage you on June the 2nd, together with the city of Pamplona, that has participated in another network that was connected to responsible public procurement. Well, there's going to be a final event of this network. And this has been organized together with the City Council of Pamplona. So I encourage you to follow that session on June the 2nd.
Thank you very much, Marcelina. We will continue with the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I may just reiterate, if anybody wants to contact me and to organize further activities, collaboration within with other URBACT cities, networks, and the program directly, don't hesitate to contact me. Thank you very much. Enjoy the end of this conference, and congratulations to all of you once again.
Thank you. Bueno, pues ya nos toca.
Okay, so now we're going to start with the last session. As they say in English, last but not least, we have the discussion panel about the City Council of Coruña. They're going to tell us about the experience they've had within the framework of urban and other European projects such as Connecting Nature, and they are related to sustainable food in general and urban gardens in particular. So Esther, Maria, Antonio, could you please come up on stage? Coruña has participated in the urban network led by Rome, as we heard. There's maybe Esther here, and then Maria and Antonio. So now we are going to listen to your experience in urban and with Connecting Nature. So we're going to start with the presentation by Esther Fontan, the City Councillor of the Environment from the City Council of A Coruña. So now we're going to speak about our case. And I have with me two members of my team, two fantastic members, and they are responsible for all the work we're going to introduce here, which is huge. So I can only thank them, and I feel really happy as the head of this area. For us, urban gardens, when we took power, became a turning point in what was known as the green infrastructure in the city. And I was talking to them about that the other day. As you introduce yourself into that world, as you see the feedback of the citizens, we realized it meant something else. As I said this morning, it meant going back to our origins, and we are in the 21st century, not only because of the 2030 agenda. We feel the need to go back to that. I think that in that sense, the pandemic has been a lesson for us, especially those that are lucky enough to live near the countryside, because our ancestors, our grandparents, our parents come from villages near the city. And this city used to have gardens and even cows not so long ago. So we are really linked to the reality of the orchards. So the COVID time was like taking a deep breath. It was a place to go to the gardens, to be able to keep them, and to be able to recover the food that could get to our homes with some guarantee. For us, the project of urban gardens, a solution based on nature, has made us come into contact with the URBACT program and also with Tecnasur. And this has been quite satisfactory, the fact of bringing about innovation in infrastructure. And now gardens are more appealing in terms of image. Under the framework of this Sustainable Urban Development project, we have drafted a project. We followed the model of the Bancales. I don't know if you know the Ribeira Sacra, an area in which good wine is produced. So we're going to build gardens along the banks of the river. So I think that this is going to be very appealing for the city. So we have been implementing some changes, and the other speakers will talk about that. And that is why we won the award of the Spanish Association of Municipalities and Provinces as the best project of nature-based solutions. So we feel very proud. This project has been awarded by this institution, and we feel very proud of that. And as I said this morning, urban gardens are also connected with coexistence. It is very important for us, an intergenerational coexistence. We find people of several ages, and they share the same experience, and this is very fulfilling because of the land itself and because of your life experience that you can share, and you can build friendships, and you can disseminate all types of values, not only the love for the land and environmental respect, but also the fact of using proximity food to be able to feed ourselves. And sometimes the recipes from our grandmothers are passed on to younger generations, and this is very satisfactory. And so this brings us to the school gardens. This has been an incredible experience, and also the community gardens. And we will keep on developing many projects, and we're going also to foster integration on functional diversity. We have panels, so the disabled people can also grow their products through this project. So this has been a fantastic experience, and we believe that during the pandemic, it also reinforced the mental and the physical health of the citizens. You can walk, you can breathe, you can share, and this is also part of the philosophy of urban gardens. And just to finish, because I'd like to give the floor to them. They are the responsible people for that, actually. So I think that if we can go back to nature, if we can respect nature, and also because it is our origin to be able to survive on the earth with sustainable food, with rich in nutrient food and tasty food, because it makes a difference. I think that we will be improving our health, and we will also improve the future, and we will be making this a better planet. So from this green corner of Spain, I think that we can provide a lot. The fact of being in contact with other European cities is enriching for us. And right now, we are studying more ambitious programs because we believe that our cities can also have small plots on terraces to be able to grow our crops. And this is enriching, and they also help us having this mind frame that is here to stay and which is necessary for the future, sustainable and proper food, and a world that is slightly greener and bluer. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Maria and Antonio. Thank you.
Pues María, cuando...
Maria, you have the floor. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Esther, for these kind words. But without your help, we would not be able to do anything. So I'm going to introduce the project Urban Coruña. The first slide is devoted to all of the cities in the Urban project led by Rome, with a collaboration of Vilnius, Kent, Krakow, Lourdes, and Thessaloniki. As you can see, they are widespread across the European map because we wanted the experience to be very diverse. In the bottom picture, you can see that it was taken during the meeting we had in Lourdes. And although we seem to be a lot of people, actually there are many more people behind Urban. This is the starting point in A Coruña. Before Urban started, there was a municipal interest in gardens. 3 urban gardens had already been created for the citizenship. In total, around 200 allotments, which are managed by 200 families. And then there is also a garden for associations, which is in Carlos Casares Park. And the Town Council, with the Department of Employment, has organized 2 courses comprising 1,000 hours so as to become monitor of urban gardens. So we clearly had an interest in gardens from 2 different points of view. And moreover, we have the previous experience of the FEANS gardens. This is a private enterprise where a group of people contacted the landowners which were not being used so as to get an assignment so that the people in the association could grow crops there. The FEANS association has played a very important role in the urban working group because they gave us a lot of guidance in the beginning. And at first, we were just taking our first steps, and Valdefeans and the association cast some light on the project. This is how the urban project was organized. There are 3 working lines: improving the management and organization skills of the farmers, the gardenizer training, which is a very important leg of the project, and thirdly, the adaptation of the urban plots regulation from the city of Rome to the local context. The 3 lines of work are very well complemented, and the 3 of them are essential. We need to improve the skills of farmers, land users, in the sense that they can become self-managed. They need to become aware and appropriate that land. Although the land belongs to the municipality, the land is managed by the community. This is the idea of a community garden. So they have to do everything. They have to be the managers of the plots. So improving their skills is essential because it highlights the importance and relevance of each of the farmers. The gardenizer training is another key element in the project. The idea stems from the fact that when there is a group of people, there is always somebody who is more proactive or more sociable, or more capable of making decisions, or more capable of being supportive, etc. So that person is a gardenizer. This is a person who can work for the community. In the gardenizer of urban, this person, the gardenizer, comes from the community and they are not paid. They work pro bono. They help to build the garden community, and they feel motivated to work with the community. And they are pleased to be working with people and to receive the feedback from people. Another important axis is adapting the Rome regulation to the local context. With regard to the Coruña plots, we received the Roman model, which had been operative for many years, in the sense that the allotments are individual. In Rome, allotments are individual, and the garden belongs to the town council. In Rome, the gardens are managed by associations, and they organize themselves. The association is responsible for the management of the community garden. So there are some differences with Coruña, and we need to progressively adapt the regulations along those lines. So we do not necessarily transfer the whole Roman regulation, but we adapt it. There are other experiences where the garden belongs to the association and there are no individual plots. The whole land is common. So there are many different possibilities for management, as many as you wish. The wealth of urban is to be able to learn from individual experiences, to analyze the evolution of the regulatory framework, and to analyze the many varied possibilities existing out there. So in our daily work, the three axes feed on the work of the local group. This is a local working group in the picture, and the local working group is integrated by different people. In this case, we have representatives from the Coruña Town Council, representatives from Connecting Nature, Antonio and Maria, who are not here. Then we have the Association Hortas Valdefeans, the Leira da Rocha Association, and later on there was another association, which is the Association Leira na Leira, which is integrated by people from the different urban gardens across the city. And then the presidents and the people who wanted to come from the 3 urban gardens in Agra, Novo Mesoiro and Eiris. There was also a representative from the Carlos Casares gardens from an NGO, and then representatives from 5 public schools, 5 elementary schools, together with the Association of Parents and Teachers Associations, and the people who had followed the Urban Garden Monitors group, course rather. And later on, because obviously a local working group is not static, they have been evolving from the start of the urban project. And among the latest incorporations, we have had entrepreneurial initiatives by entrepreneurs who want to create therapeutic school gardens from a professional standpoint. Talking about professionalism, well, this is a little bit different. The gardenizer has a different role from the garden monitor group. The garden monitor course began from the Department of Employment. The Department of Employment wanted to organize a course with the goal of creating professional garden monitors. This was a very long course, a 1,000-hour course, because during that course they do the practice, they learn about ecologic farming, etc. And they also learn to build projects. That is, measuring the plot, making decisions, designing the best location for the garden, the whole planning stage, budgets, etc. So it's a long training course. So this was a very technical type of training. So the thing that Urban contributed to the training was the gardenizer concept, that is, adding to the professional role of the garden monitor a social component. The role of being a social promoter, as if to say. And gardenizers can work at a school, they can work at a community garden, etc. And this was provided by Urban. So this is a different role, because you start building from scratch together with the beneficiaries. So if you're going to build a school garden, you start, first of all, with the teachers and with the school community, with the families and with the children. And they are the ones that have to build and design the garden, whereas a monitor is a person in charge of guiding, counseling, and providing solutions and explaining that ecologic farming is important, you need to take care of the soil, the cycle of the organic matter, how you put the crops together, how you rotate them, etc. So this is the whole dynamics of farming. And at the same time, there is a technical side, which is about putting into practice the garden and making a budget for running the garden. This is a document that you can use in order to apply for grants so as to build the garden. Because one thing that we have learned from Urban is that if you want to have a garden, you cannot wait for the town council to come and pay for it. So you need to be proactive, and you can have the support of the town council, but it's not, town council is not your mom who's going to give you some money for the garden. So the monitor has a very important role because they are guiding the beneficiaries, they are bringing together the community efforts in order to have a garden. Actually, it's also a professional field that is open to them, and they can work as monitors, as professionals. There are two pictures. One is from the first course. You can see the people with their green overalls, because practices were beginning in order to improve the already existing gardens in 5 public schools. So this is one of the first practices that they did with school children when they were sowing the seeds, etc. And the second one comes from the second course, which is the garden at the public school Emilia Pardo Bazán. Actually, we made a few mistakes. It was not easy. It was not absolutely perfect. We didn't get everything right. We have learned from our mistakes. I remember, for instance, when I watched the sewing process, although we were working with the teachers at school, in this case with Angeles, who is great. So we built the frames and everything, and once the frames were built, the kids came to sow the seeds. This is normal because this is the, but it should not be so. I mean, the children should be involved from the beginning. They should be the owners of the garden. They have to help with building the plots. They have to be aware of the whole process, and then finally they sow the seeds. It's not the first contact with the orchard. So this is what we learned, and this is going to be useful for the future. So another job that has to be tackled by the monitor is to establish a solid network of people and associations interested in urban gardening and sustainable food. So when establishing this network, we need to take into account the role of school monitors, urban monitors, community garden monitors, etc. Because they will be responsible for putting things together. They will be in charge of making the network more dynamic, more lively. So when urban is completed, we have a solid working group, and this working group should take one step forward. So this was a speech. So we want to create a network. Monitors are very important. We have learned a lot as a city. And we want to create a network. We want to have urban gardens managed by neighbors associations. We want to establish a bigger network of school gardens. And basically you learn by doing. You need to start working, and you learn as you go. So you don't need to accumulate knowledge before you start working. You need to start working, down to earth, literally. And finally, I'd like to thank the Rome team, who put together a fantastic project. I would also like to thank the other cities involved in urban, because they have all contributed with important knowledge. I would also like to thank the Council of Coruña and also Antonio and Maria, who are the people responsible for connecting nature, because they have been so important. Their support has been so important for me in the URBACT project, and we have been working together so closely for everything. But above everything, I would really like to thank for their hard work the local working group, which is the people who have been getting together every month so as to contribute with their knowledge and their experience, and so as to extract some useful conclusions from URBACT, which are going to set the basis for future projects, so as to establish a solid network of school and urban gardens. And can I show you?
Uno es 3 minutos y el otro es...
Vamos un poco justos igual. Si pone uno... Pues...
El de los... sí, voy a poner el...
I'm going to show you the video from a school garden and how they do it in San Pedro de Visma. It's a very long project. It started there. Let's see if I can do it. Maybe you can do it from the laptop. Let's see if somebody can give us a hand. Well, it's easy in my laptop, but here it's not so easy.
Ah, vale, vale.
Hello, good morning everybody. This is San Pedro de Visma School, and here we are in our court. Our kids are working very hard. In this moment we are cleaning the earth, the leaves and everything, and we enjoy it. We enjoy it a lot. Thank you very much. Bye bye. At the moment we are using plants to feed our hens. We have hens in our schools, so we use these old plants to feed them and to look after them. Our kids are very hard workers, as can you see. They plant flowers too, and then we make crafts, arts and crafts. We make pictures with the flowers. We make branches, beautiful branches, to give our families. These are beautiful, beautiful flowers for us. Look after the hens. We have 1, 2, and 3 hens, and we feed them with the plants, and they clean the house, the hen house, and they take eggs for make cakes, chocolate cakes. They are very hard workers. They know how to do it very well. They are perfect. Bye.
Y este es nuestro gallinero. En los recreos, entre todos y todas, cuidamos a las gallinas para poder llevar a casa los huevos que ponen. Bueno, nos encanta trabajar aquí. Sí, la verdad es que es muy divertido cuidar a las gallinas. Y por lo menos en nuestra clase todos los días vamos cambiando y que vienen otros niños para cuidarlas.
E cando as cuidades?
Las cuidamos en los recreos. los martes, jueves y algunos viernes.
¿Y vos quedades sin recreo por cuidar as pitas?
No nos quedamos sin recreo, es muy divertido. Entonces lo mismo que el recreo estamos estando con los vecinos. Sí, la verdad es que también es muy entretenido.
Vale.
Bueno, y las vecinas, como ves, tienen mucha paja, la comida, el agua. Y esta es la casita donde ponen los huevos.
Pues muy bien, muchas gracias. Bueno, pues ahora.
So we're going to give the floor now to Antonio, who is going to talk a little bit the work they have been doing from another project, which is a European project called Connecting Nature, and the results and the learning that they have made, or sometimes the unlearning, isn't it? Sometimes you make mistakes, and it's also interesting to be able to restart again, and it's human to make mistakes. So, well, that's a new line of work that has been opened, and I think it's about bearing the witness. I'm a higher technician of the environment from the Council of A Coruña, and I'm responsible for implementing Connecting Nature at local level. This is a project which is part of the Horizon 2020 program with a budget of 11.4 million euros. It started in 2017, lasting through 2022. There are 31 partners, cities, universities, and companies from 16 member states, led by Trinity College Dublin, and the University of A Coruña is also present. We have so many partners and multipliers across Europe, in Georgia too, in China, Korea, and Brazil. The purpose is to promote in the cities implementation of the so-called nature-based solutions, with the goal of positioning the European Union as a world leader in the design and implementation of these kinds of solutions. So first, we need to know what is a nature-based solution. According to the European Commission, a nature-based solution, these are systems which are supported and inspired by nature, but they are also financially efficient, and they provide benefits at various levels, not just for the environment, but also for biodiversity and also in the social and economic levels. This is a diagram showing a nature-based solution and how it works, its role in ecosystems, the biodiversity in the climate, and also for social and cultural environments. Each of the partner cities have to pick a pilot project, which is an MBS exemplar. This is an example that helps to implement the innovative framework that we use. We use co-production, new models of cooperation, also niche-based solutions and types of working together. And they involve different stakeholders, such as economics, education, social services, etc. So it has a multiplicity of benefits, and that is why the implementation must also be horizontal. Yesterday we were talking about the IDUCI and the integrated urban development. So each of the cities must pick a pilot project. We have picked the network of urban gardens in the city of A Coruña. So this Connecting Nature framework is an innovative system of work that we are developing in 3 stages: design or planning, implementation, and stewardship or monitoring of the nature-based solutions. So in each stage, we have a toolkit, which is represented by the colored circles. These are technical solutions, governance, financing, and business models, nature-based enterprises, co-production, reflexive monitoring, which is a follow-up tool, and also very important, an impact assessment, because since we believe that these solutions provide benefits, we need data that proves that this is actually so, that the solutions are actually contributing to generating a positive impact, not just for the environment, but also for the health of inhabitants and for the economy. So each of these tools, we are elaborating guidelines, which are currently on the website. And once the project is over, any city that wishes to be part of a nature-based solution exemplar can download the guidelines and use them as counseling tips that will guide them through the whole stages. Another tool that we are working with is the enterprise platform connecting nature with the purpose of linking solution providers, that is the companies that take part in the implementation and follow-up of nature-based solutions, with the buyers, which can be the public sector, the authorities, the state, or private investors. One of the things that the European Union is putting an emphasis on is the fact that in the past, nature-based solutions were supported by the public sector, but we are moving towards a greater cooperation between the public and the private sectors, so that not all of the responsibility falls on the shoulders of the public sector. So this website is a way of connecting enterprises. Coming back to the local stage, to the city of A Coruña, why have we picked urban gardens as our NBS exemplar? Well, because urban gardens are rather easy and low-cost interventions that help us to tackle many of the strategic challenges we have as a city. They are small-scale projects which can be scaled up if necessary, and they are also linked to the United Nations Development Goals. These are some of the benefits they provide, such as improving biodiversity, obviously, because when you replace a tarmac area with a garden, obviously you're improving biodiversity. Both the flora and the fauna is improved by this intervention. We are realizing that having pollinizing agents is very important, so we are promoting the existence of insects such as bees, etc. At the same time, we are increasing the resilience in the face of climate change. The fact of eating what you have grown is actually something that protects you against climate change, enhances your health, etc. And at the same time, gardens allow catching the excess rainfall. They also regulate the surface temperature, etc. So they are a good tool in order to fight climate change. At the same time, they are an outdoors sustainable area which provide healthy chances for social interaction. And moreover, we have realized that working closely with nature, with a garden, has a very positive impact on your mental health. Besides, urban gardens help us to recover cultural values and identity and the farming traditions of Galicia that is well known. And we have always sustained our diet on locally grown produce, and this is a way to relive that tradition. Moreover, urban gardens also, as said by Esther and Maria, help us as tools in order to promote social cohesion and integration. They also promote intercultural and intergenerational relationships among users, and they help us to build community and to enhance the appropriation of the public space by the citizenship. They are also very good areas for environmental education, such as in the case of school gardens, and they promote new sustainable economic sectors, green economy, and also entrepreneurial activities linked to gardens. If we take a look at the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, we will see that something as simple as an urban garden helps us to promote 11 of the goals of the SDGs, such as no poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, decent work and economic growth, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities, responsible consumption, climate action, biodiversity, and partnership for the goals, because we are working at European level, but we are also building synergies locally and also with external agents. I know, I have to speed up. At local level, the objectives of the project is to establish a network of gardens connecting the already existing initiatives in the city, improving and expanding already existing gardens, and promoting the implementation of gardens in different educational institutions, such as kindergartens, elementary schools, also high schools, hospitals, elderly homes, etc. Improving the governance model, fostering the self-management of the users. And, well, I'm not going to repeat the gardens that Maria has already mentioned. We had 3 of them. We also have community gardens belonging to associations, private gardens, such as Valdefeans, also some commercial gardens, such as in Portiño, where the plots are leased, which show the importance of these solutions. And, well, we have a very extensive waiting list, and there are many particulars who wish to run their own plot. And then school gardens. We have a pilot project in 5 public schools with the purpose of extending it to other schools. And the next steps are consolidating the network of urban gardens, extending it, and just like Esther said, we're going to open a new garden in Adolfo Suarez Park, partly financed by EDUCI and partly by the municipal budgets. We want to improve the already existing gardens. We want to provide users with shade areas, an intergenerational meeting point, which was not existing before. And we want to promote this municipal strategy of urban gardens beyond the Department of the Environment, and creating an information point so as to disseminate knowledge about the initiatives and exploring alternative ways of funding. And finally, let me just say that, just like Esther said, we have presented this project to the Spanish Federation of Municipalities Association, and we have received a prize for nature-based solutions best practice. We have also very good feedback from Europe. There are 3 lead cities, Glasgow, Ghent, and Potsdam, and the rest are fast followers. So A Coruña is the leader of the fast followers, and I think we're getting very close to the 3 lead cities. So the acknowledgement that we have received domestically and abroad points towards the importance of urban gardens as nature-based solutions, and there is a huge potential. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias, Antonio.
Thank you very much, Antonio, Maria, Esther. So we have time for a couple of questions from the floor.
Y posteriormente, pues ya daremos por hacer el cierre institucional.
And then we are going to close the meeting. Hello, good morning. And in terms of the potential we have with this human capital of gardenizers, why don't you hire gardenizers for the gardens we have in the cities, both the community gardens of Mesoiro, Iris, and El Agra, or for the school gardens? Well, maybe you can ask the other question, and then they will answer them together. Good morning, and well, congratulations on the project, because it's really complicated to do things and to change the current situation, especially to get people involved. This process of effervescence and support you've achieved. So my question is, this effort in learning that Antonio just introduced, the role of urban gardens in the cities, biodiversity, health, etc. Had you ever thought of transferring that to the other green areas, to the other gardens? All this knowledge from the rural areas, are you going to transfer that to the network of general gardens in the future, maybe planting cherry trees, etc.? So in terms of the ornamental side of this learning, so first of all, I will answer the question about the gardenizers. Why don't we have gardenizers in the urban gardens? And well, the best way to ask the question would be, will you have gardenizers in the urban gardens? What do they have to say? What do they propose to the city council? And what is their role in urban gardens? What could they do? And I'd like to insist on this approach because, according to my experience, according to what I learned through urban, is that the questions should never be what you can do for me, but what do I propose you for us to do it together? So these are two totally different approaches. So what can you do for me requires an answer of the kind of, as I said, what can we do together? So how can gardenizers contribute to urban gardens? How can we help? What are the main issues of the city council? How can we collaborate? So I think that stable and fruitful relationship can stem from there. But what can you do for me does not leave any room for action. This is what I had to answer.
Sí, en cuanto a la pregunta de si podemos ir más allá, bueno, como comentaba.
With regard to the other question, can we go beyond that? Well, but this is a pilot project, so the goal is to replicate that all along the city with an infrastructure of green systems, and this can be transferred to the whole city. It's very interesting. The gardens have to go beyond those spaces, and they must flood the whole city. And there are European experiences in that sense, and we are sharing this with other cities that have moved forward in that direction. So we believe this is a nice way to continue working. Okay, then, so thank you very much for your questions and your contributions. And Esther, you can wrap up the seminar now. So I'd like to thank you for your interest. I'd like to thank the presence of everyone on site and off site, and I'd like to thank you for the splendid organization, because for us to place ourselves on this map is very important as a city that has a booming time as an educational and scientific city, and I think that now we have to be there at the head of the future of the 2030 agenda. And as we hear, we have to save the planet, because this is a planet we've borrowed and we have to pass it on to our children. So thank you very much. And out there you will find a kind city that is always willing to give you a smile, even though now it's covered by a face mask. Our eyes are still smiling, whether it is a conference or a seminar or just for a weekend. The city will welcome you very warmly. And so my greetings and the greetings of the mayor of the city, Ines Rey. From the URBACT National Point, it's been a pleasure to be here. We'd like to thank the City Council of A Coruña, Esther, Juan, and the mayor, of course, and Emilio Lesta, the organizer of all this, and Sandra as well, and Pepe Peña, of course. We'd like to thank them very much. Thank you for coming here. It has been a pioneering event. As we heard, it is the first event that has been held in Palesco with this hybrid format. So I'd like to thank all the speakers who are here. Many of you have traveled for many hours taking a train, so I hope it was worth it. And we just heard that what is left is the people. So this is something we've also learned with the pandemic. We can have many screens, but at the end of the day, being in such a wonderful city like Coruña, in such a nice site such as Palesco, is really interesting. So I'd also like to thank Palesco, Pilar, and all the Palesco technicians for the splendid work they did. And I would also like to thank the translators, and also all the team of Paisaje Transversal and the Urban Point, and well, all the audiovisual people, etc. So I'd like to remind you that on June the 2nd, we'll have this online meeting held together with the City Council of Pamplona about responsible public procurement, and this will be published through the URBACT website, or you can email me. It's in the URBACT website, Spain. And so this is a publication that is available to you with the compilation of all the learnings from the network. And thank you very much. We'll see you next time.